Good evening. Welcome to the June 13th, 2024 Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Jean Louise Shera, Chair of School Committee, and I'll be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. Let me just announce first, along those lines, that unfortunately Northampton Open Meeting is having some technical difficulties. So anyone who is on Zoom will not be able to see the room. They can't get that to work for some reason. So, but you can stream it on YouTube, on Facebook Live, or you can watch it live on cable on channel 15. But unfortunately, if you're on Zoom, you're not going to be able to see the room. So with that, I'm going to ask the clerk to please call the roll of the school committee. Thank you, Cassie.
Mayor Shera.
Present.
Holly Gacy. Karen Foster Cannon.
Present.
Emily Seraphy Cox.
Might need to be made a co-host.
Oh,
She's there.
She's there, but might not be able to unmute.
I'm sorry. Emily Seraphy. Make co-host. Yes.
Okay.
Did you already do it?
I can't unmute.
I have it.
I did
Okay.
it. I made her a co-host.
All right, member Seraphy Cox, you should be able to unmute.
Let me do some co-hosting here.
Member Seraphy Cox? Yeah. Huh. Okay, hold on.
Yeah. Okay. Did you have drinks?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Member Seraphy. Okay. You need to mute
I think I've got everybody now.
on your computer. Okay. Member Seraphy Cox, can you hear us? Still hear an echo.
Michael Stein. He's there, right?
Oh,
Ann Hennessy. Absent. Margaret Miller. Here. Carrie LaFontaine. Member Agna.
Present.
Member Davis.
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox, can you hear? Oh.
I can now. There was a bit of echo, but
Okay.
now it's better.
We're doing roll call. Did you get Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
And I am present.
Yeah, I've seen your name, so yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, first up, we have the MPS retirement ceremony, and just quickly, there's been a request to move, so we have the retirement ceremony, then the student representative report, and then JFK Middle School spotlight. And then before public comment, there's been a request to move the NEF folks that are here up, and also I know there was a request to move the Green New Deal resolution up in new business, but if it's okay with the committee, I would like to move the Green New Deal kids hopefully up at around that time too, so that would be before public comment. Does that work for you all? I know you have somewhere to go. Okay, so, and that's okay with the committee to move everyone? Okay, great. So, Dr. Bonner.
Okay. So good evening to everyone. So this is the time of the year where we honor our retirees. And we had a little bit of a celebration prior to the start of our school committee meeting today. So this evening, I'd like to honor the following retirees, and then also to introduce to you two new staff members who are actually with us this evening. Okay, so our honorees this evening, John Crisatelli, who is our technology integration specialist. He's been serving the district for 34 years. Is John present this evening?
Oh, thank you.
So just to read a little bit about John. John started working for Northampton Public Schools in 1990. He started his career at JFK Middle School as a grade 6 math teacher, a role which he stayed in for 20 years. John then spent 6 years teaching computers and later became the tech integrator for JFK for 8 years. John has also served as the business manager for student activities for the past 7 years. Throughout his time at JFK, John has obtained a huge amount of technological equipment for JFK. 3D printers, a set of programmable drones, a class set of virtual reality equipment, broadcasting equipment for the JFK news program, and more. Outside of school, John enjoys playing disc golf, camping, hiking, cycling, going to concerts, and traveling. Congratulations to John. Our next honoree is Kathy Goodwin Boyd. So Kathy, we do have a little gift for you. As you are coming, I will read a little bit about you. So Kathy has served the district for over 33 years as adjustment counselor at NHS. So Kathy Goodwin Boyd, known to many of us as KGB, has been an adjustment counselor at Northampton High School for 33 years, as pointed out. She has worked with thousands of students and hundreds of staff over the decades. Kathy has shepherded NHS through crisis, big and small. Her patience, wisdom, and exceptional clinical skills have been much appreciated, and Kathy will be sorely missed. Congratulations. Our next honoree is Donna Canule Brown. And is Donna here with us this evening? So let me read a little bit about Donna. Donna served the school district for 30 years. She is known to us as our Edgenuity teacher. So originally, Donna served in the high school science department for the entirety of her educational career. Donna taught biology, anatomy, and physiology and was always on the forefront of educational theory and the use of digital tools in the classroom. She often served as an unofficial technology specialist for her coworkers as the district evolved towards a digital platform for instruction, grading, and record keeping. Students were attracted to her hands-on approach to education, which always included 3D modeling of scientific principles and the occasional dissected sheep eye or cat. Donna's influence on NHS's science department and the students of Northampton Public Schools is far-reaching and deep in meaning. We wish her all the best in retirement. Congratulations, Donna. Our next honoree is Allison Keefe, who has served the district for 27 years as a math teacher. Is Allison with us this evening? Okay. So much more than best dressed NHS faculty member for decades, Allison Keefe approached math teaching as a lifelong learner. She was an excellent teacher to thousands of students as well as a mentor to student teachers and colleagues, but never settled into one way of doing things, and was always ready to learn and modify her teaching practice when new good ideas came along. Congratulations, Allison. Roland LeBeau. Is Roland with us this evening?
Raleigh, sorry.
They're known as Raleigh?
Yeah.
That's what he's, okay, which I'm gonna, actually it says that. So Raleigh, and I believe he retired mid-year.
Yeah.
Okay, so Raleigh worked, he was our former grounds foreman. And Raleigh worked for the school department for over 30 years, starting as a custodian and working his way up to grounds foreman. Raleigh was someone that genuinely cared for what he did and the people around him. The one thing most people would say about him is he had quite a sense of humor an infectious laugh, and passion for the job. He was also never afraid to let his true feelings be known, always a man of quality, precision, and dedication. He would never let you down and was always willing to help in any way he could. The school department will miss him. Raleigh is out living his best life and fully enjoying what he worked his whole life for. Congratulations, Raleigh. Our next retiree is Linda Barca. Is Linda here? No. Okay. So Linda served the district for 24 years. She currently is a math interventionist. Linda was an educator in Northampton for, again, 24 years. She was the reading interventionist at Jackson Street. Miss Barca did the life-changing work of teaching kids how to read. Linda studied her students carefully, got to know exactly what they needed in order to crack the code, and then gave it to them. There are hundreds of readers out there because of Miss Barca. Miss Barca, we appreciate you, and you will be missed. Congratulations. Our next retiree is Joe Bazan. And is it Bazan or Bazan? And is he here? No. All right, so Joe is a custodian, one of our custodians, and he served the district for 20 years. Joe worked as a night custodian, and he was a dedicated employee and a pleasure to work with. Joe always had very intellectual conversations from politics, current events, sports, and his love for animals, especially cats. Joe is a talented cartoonist coming up with comics that would always make everyone laugh. His work ethic and his sense of humor will be missed at JFK. Hope his retirement treats him well. He certainly deserves it. Congratulations, Joe. Our next honoree is Mary Ellen Bradley Gilbert, who served the district for 16 years. Is Mary Ellen here? So Mary Ellen is leaving us as a reading/math interventionist. She has filled many roles, including special education teacher, reading teacher, and the math interventionist. She is creative in meeting her students' needs and always has their best interests at heart. Congratulations, Mary Ellen. Our next honoree is Kathy Braden. Is Kathy with us? Okay. So Kathy Braden has served the district for 16 years. She is a teacher at Jackson Street Elementary School, where she serves in the as a special education teacher. She is retiring as the 4th grade special education teacher. Kathy is the kind of teacher who would come to your door if you didn't show up to Zoom school. Kathy is the kind of teacher who arranges to start her teaching day at 7:50, 10 minutes before the day actually starts. Kathy is the kind of teacher who always has room for one more student. Kathy is a fierce advocate for teaching kids with the highest needs, and there isn't a single thing she wouldn't do to make sure each and every one of her students gets exactly what they need. She is a model for us all. Congratulations, Kathy. Our next honoree or retiree is Karen Cipoletti. Is Karen here? So Karen has served the district for 11 years. She is currently a paraeducator at Jackson Street. She is kind and warm and makes each of her students feel as if they are the only kid in the whole world. As a kindergarten paraeducator, Karen has helped some of our youngest students learn how to do school by helping them develop the skills they will need for a lifetime of classroom learning. Karen also brings brownies to paraeducator meetings, even and especially if they start at 7:10 in the morning. Anyone who eats brownies for breakfast is clearly an amazing human, and Karen surely is. Congratulations, Karen. Our last two honorees. First is Kathy Richards, who has served the district for 10 years. Is Kathy present this evening? So Kathy serves the district as a library paraeducator. Kathy is a helpful, caring, and flexible person. She would help out wherever she was needed. The staff appreciated her sense of humor, especially when making announcements. Congratulations, Kathy. Our last retiree is Bill Worley. Bill, if you would come forward. Bill came to the high school at a critical time, and in his knowledge and expertise has been an invaluable asset. He has guided the high school through challenges and setting a vision to move forward. We thank you, and we wish him the best in his next chapter. Congratulations. Thank you. So with us this evening, we also have two new administrators who will be joining the ranks of Northampton Public Schools. And I would like to first introduce the new high school principal who will be beginning July 1st, and that's Ben Taglieri. Welcome to the district. We also have our new Director of Health Service, and she is virtual. Okay, so she's waving. Okay, so our Director of Health Service, and that is Kirsten Alvarado Kennedy. Kirsten, if we can unmute her just so she can say hello. I did see her earlier.
She's there.
Oh, okay, I see she's
For
waving.
some reason, I can't unmute.
Here we go. Okay, can you do a big wave for us so that everyone can see, particularly the school committee members, so that they can know who the new Director of Health Services is? Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to be present so that we can introduce you this evening. Okay, so Mary, I turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. Kelsey, when you get a moment, could you make me a co-host? I don't think I am, and so I can't unmute people. Okay, so that brings us to the student representative report, and Zara.
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm sure you know by this point, but I'm Zara. Yeah, I don't really have much to say this evening, except for this is going to be my last school committee meeting in this role. Yeah, next year you will have two of our student union rising sophomores, and it will be their second year. And yeah, so it's pretty exciting. I do just want to say that I really thank you so much to all the work that our two retirees at NHS have done. Like seriously, Miss KGB, she was my Mentor Monday teacher, and she just has made such a huge impact on my adjustment into high school. And Mr. Worley, it's been so great getting to know him on student union and working with him. He's just been an amazing administrator. And also, I just want to say on behalf of the student union that like a lot of discussions at the April 11th budget meeting, we heard a lot of ideas for how to move forward as a district. And I know that our group would really be willing to work with any collaboration to try and combat this recurring issue. So yeah, that's all really I have to say. Thank you so much. This has been such an incredible opportunity. And I will definitely be back here. You know, I'm always talking, so yeah.
Thank you, Zara, for all your work this year. We really appreciate it. Okay, so then we'll go to the school spotlight, and it is,
So she's Lauren Marion.
Oh, I see.
Who is our principal for the middle school. She's doing double duty, so she will be doing the presentation virtually.
okay?
And so we will have to unmute her and.
She is unmuted. I think she's good to go.
Yes. Hi.
Welcome.
Hi. So I'm Lauren Marion. I'm the principal of JFK Middle School. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Clarifying question. I did share the video. Am I sharing my screen, or is it going to be shared there on one of your screens?
You did say that Cassie has your video, so we'll have her share it.
Oh,
Great. So I guess we'll let the video play and then I'll share any additional information and happy to answer any questions for you. So I'm going to mute myself.
Wait a minute,
And
wait,
then
wait,
if
wait.
not, oh,
Don't
yes.
mute.
Okay.
Cassie, she could share her screen and play it from where she is.
Let me noodle this through, just a second.
Okay.
Okay. And where'd the movie go? Here it is.
Again, let me just announce, if you're watching on Zoom, unfortunately, for some reason, we're having difficulties and you can't see the screen. So you'd want to see this presentation. So please, you can stream it. I mean, you could watch this later, but please stream it on YouTube, on Facebook Live, or on Channel 15.
Not getting sound, and I know that is.
Um,
I'm working on it.
It would have to be shared through your.
So it's in the Zoom.
Is it a-
I'm sorry.
No, you're in.
I can go back. This. This.
Approximately 550 students in grades 6
Okay.
through 8 from various backgrounds. JFK Middle
The sound.
Do it.
Welcome to JFK Middle. We are a vibrant and diverse community.
Is it on Zoom?
550 students in grades 6 through 8 from various backgrounds. JFK Middle School is dedicated to fostering pride and achievement of pupils.
Okay.
We're going to ask her to share it.
Okay. Yeah.
So, Lauren, if you could share from your side, but you have to give her sharing privileges. So make her well, she's already a co-host.
I will try. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Someone give me a thumbs up if you can hear it.
Hear you.
Oh,
No, Lauren, did you click that little button that says share audio as well? Because that's what you have to do.
That's what.
got it.
So it's
You'd think
the-
we'd have this technology
I
down by
know. So
now.
it's the right toggle on the share button. It's the right piece. Drop that down.
Okay, sorry, give me one sec. I just closed the window, of course, because why wouldn't I have done that?
How are you doing, Laura?
Okay, so I'm gonna try and share my screen again.
Okay.
One more sec, I see where the share audio is. Okay, I think I got it now. It's very slow on my end, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
All right, share sound, if somebody can just shout out. I'm gonna start it in 3, 2, 1, and if you can hear it, let me know.
Yes, you can hear it.
Yay!
Welcome to JFK Middle School, nestled in the heart of Florence. We are a vibrant and diverse community serving a population of approximately 550 students in grades 6 through 8 from various backgrounds. JFK Middle School is dedicated to fostering high academic achievement and equal access to education in a positive learning environment. Organized around the middle school model, it focuses on the needs and characteristics of young adolescents.
So the overall mission of JFK is making sure that all students have a well-rounded education that is accessible to all students regardless of their English language learner status, their students with disabilities, students on 504s, just making sure that all of the curriculum and instruction is accessible to all. So we have a partnership with Smith College as well as other local colleges. Smith Voc, I would say we have the most prevalent one we have is with the artists in the community. We worked with an artist named Sharon Leshner to help develop the big mural that you'll see outside of JFK. So we have a really robust after-school program, which has at least 20 or 30 offerings, Monday through Friday. A new really popular Ultimate Frisbee program. We have a student council that we call the Ask Ambassadors. We have the JF Keys, which is an audition-only chorus. Jazz band, which is an audition-only band. We have a drama club that puts on a play every spring. I would say we have something for everyone after school.
JFK also offers open gym every morning before school, and some of our incredible PE units include archery, kayaking, swimming, pickleball, mountain biking, snowshoeing, and cross-country skiing, as well as an adventure unit.
This is a really unique, awesome place where, like I said, there's something for everyone. A sport, a music, drama. People here who really care about students. Not only do we have incredibly dedicated teachers and paraeducators, but we have a great school counseling team who really gets to know students on a one-to-one basis. We hope that, obviously they're going to high school with all of the knowledge that they need, but we're also hoping that they have all of the supports they need. We really focus a lot on social emotional learning. We have PBIS here, we have Character Strong, we use Ruler, so we're hoping that our students not only take the knowledge away, but also just, well-rounded citizenship and just ready for high school.
Join us at JFK Middle School as we empower young minds for a lifetime of success. For more information, visit our website at northamptonschools.org or call us at 413-587-1489.
Thank you.
Is there anything else that you would like to share? Thank you again for taking the time for putting that together.
Well, so I can't take credit for that. I want to say thank you to Gavin Knight, Richard, who's the NHS intern who helped us put this all together. You know, we talked a little bit about our vision for it, and he made it happen. And I want to thank all of the teachers who volunteered to be on screen. But yeah, it was really fun putting it together, and just really, I think, a nice overview of what we have to offer at JFK.
Nice job.
Thank you. I see
Thanks.
Member Seraphy Cox, I think I know her question.
I know your question.
Well, for the members of the public who don't know my question, I've been asking all of the principals who have come with their spotlight videos, how do you think you can use your video to, well, for one thing, it was awesome, like really good. I had a middle schooler sitting right next to me during it, and she kept being, oh, I know that, I know who that is. Oh, that's it, yeah, and she was getting very excited. So it's clearly a school that is engaging. Anyway, so my question is, how do you think this video can be used to do outreach in the community about, like, hey, come to JFK Middle School? I mean, I loved having the phone number there, the website there. I feel like it was, even within the video itself, had an eye toward that. But I'm curious, like, how can we even disseminate the video so more people see them?
Sure. So, you know, obviously on the new website that Kate Zack is working on, Kate Zack, our Digital and Technology Director, putting it on the new website, sharing it on, and maybe pinning it to the top of Parent Square, which I know is not accessible to the public, but still great there so that, you know, incoming fifth graders have an idea of what to expect. Sharing it with any theater schools, non-district schools like LGA or anything else where, you know, students who might be interested might want to see it. We don't have an Instagram or a Facebook page. Perhaps that's something that will be forthcoming, and if so, definitely sharing it out there.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions or comments? All right. Thank you so much, Lauren. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, and as I said before, there was a request to move up the NEF presentations and also the Green New Deal presentation. So can NEF small grants is first, and Sam Hopper is who's on the agenda? Okay, this is for small grants and endowment? Okay.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Sam Hopper. Along with my co-chair, Jennifer Sanders James, we lead NEF's, or Northampton Education Foundation, Small Grants to Educators Committee. A really quick recap, we do grant cycles twice a year, one in the fall, one in the spring. The spring one that will present the slate to you is for projects for the next school year. And then if any educators missed out on applying, the fall cycle is also for the next school year. The grants are up to $3,000 if it's for one school, up to $5,000 if it's a collaboration across 2 or more schools. And we fund, you know, innovative, creative, educator-led teaching and learning initiatives in both Northampton Public Schools and Smith Vocational. So we're asking you tonight to accept $25,050 to 9 applicants, 9 proposals. I'll just briefly go through them, and thank you, Cassie, for sharing this ahead of time. So the first one is $1,000 for the NHS band percussion coach. This is the first year. This is the project lead is Paul Kinsman. This is at the high school. The second one is another first year for $2,555 for digital balance, mindfulness meets social justice and technology for students and educators, led by Michelle Eastman at the high school at Northampton High. The third one is a Project Lead the Way certification for Catherine Keith, a JFK middle school teacher. This is for $3,000. The next one is called Ooch Experience at Bridge Street. That's for $2,520. And the leads are Carrie Foley and Lori Sperry. That's also a first year. The next one is a third year grant. We're really happy but also sad. We don't do beyond 3 years of funding, so hopefully this can continue, but we were happy to fund, again, the college visit field trips at Northampton High School, led by Claudia Smith and Karen Hidalgo. The next one is Monarchs of Northampton. This is a first-year grant at Leeds Elementary and Ryan Road Elementary, led by Ann Desmond, Hannah Christek, and Nayla Moreira. This is for $1,975. Next, we have homesteading at the high school. This was a very popular endowment grant. This is coming as a small grant for $3,000, led by Bob Melnick. Next is building bridges for literacy, a first-year small grant for $5,000. This is across all 4 elementary schools, and the leads are Rachel Nicholas, Joanne and Trader, Michelle Mokorezki, pardon me for mispronouncing names, Karen Shapley, and Mary Beth O'Connor. And the next one is the Leeds Family Reading and Math Collaboration. This is another third-year one, so the last year, that will fund it as a small grant for $3,000 at Leeds Elementary, led by Joanne and Trader and Terry Flynn. So we hope you'll accept the $25,050. And does anyone have any questions?
Don't see any questions.
And if anyone has questions about the program, you can visit northamptoneducation.org, and there's more information about all our programs there.
And are you going to, was that endowment grants as well, or is that?
That was just small grants.
Okay.
My colleague Summer is going to present endowment. Should we just do it all at once, or do you want to vote separately?
Someone want to make a motion to accept $25,000 was the total, right?
$25,050.
And small grants from NEF?
So moved.
I'll make a
Motion's been made by Member Foster Cannon, seconded by Member Miller. Any discussion? Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, I'm just noticing that there's a lot of folks on the call tonight, so it's possible that not everybody knows how to support NEF's good work. So I'm curious, Sam, if you could share a bit about that.
Yeah. So folks can visit northamptoneducation.org. And then I would be remiss to say, I can't believe I said this, I forgot this. Tomorrow night we have a showcase at 33 Hawley. So folks are welcome. It's a community event from 5 to 6:30. You can come see and hear from educators who have been grantees from NEF and see the projects. You'll see the great work they're doing in the schools and maybe be inspired to apply for a grant in a future cycle. Or
I'm
donate.
also the liaison between the school committee and the NEF. So if anyone has any questions, they can come to me and I'll answer them.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please, Cassie, when you're ready.
Member Foster Cannon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Wait, I say yes too. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Hi,
Hi,
and
welcome.
now I am going to follow up with the endowment cycle. We are coming to you to request the acceptance of $35,172 for 2 grants in the 2024-25 cycle. The first is enhancing communication support in classrooms in all elementary schools, funded at $27,000. This project aims to provide resources, including training, technology, and supplementary materials that meet complex academic, communication, social, and emotional needs of students in preschool and early elementary, facilitating foundational skills for their success. The project leads are, and I apologize ahead of time for mispronouncing people's names, Michelle Boisvart, Victoria Kolosov, Marika Murray, and Brittany Walsh. The second, and that's funded at $27,000, I'm not sure I said that. The second is the Hitchcock Center's H2WO, and that is for all NPS 5th grade classes in the coming year at $8,172. H2WO is an inquiry-based, phenomena-anchored residency for all NPS 5th grade classes designed to give students the chance to think critically about where water comes from, how water sustains their communities, and to create hopeful, practical solutions to mitigate runoff pollution and improve stormwater infrastructure in schoolyards and beyond. The project leads are Billy Spitzer, Katie Corton, and Rachel Quimby, and we do adore the Hitchcock Center and everything they have done for the schools with the NEF. It's been phenomenal. And just to give an update as well, and this is a statement that was put together and endorsed by the NEF. In addition to those awards, and because of the perpetual generosity, commitment, and vision of the Northampton community, the Northampton Education Foundation is excited to inform the school committee that the long-awaited restructuring of the NEF Endowment Fund is underway. As you can see, this year we did not ask for competitive grants to benefit the high school, but rather we will be providing $100,000 over the next 3 years and in perpetuity to enrich, enhance, and sustain educational experiences for the Northampton High School student community. Working with the present and incoming principals through the school council within NEF and district guidelines, all the school stakeholders will collaboratively create and implement a plan very shortly for their benefit, starting in the 2024-25 school year. A comparable plan will be implemented for JFK Middle School beginning in the 2025-26 school year, and an even larger amount will be provided for the collaborative effort of the 4 district elementary schools starting in school year 2026-27. While the JFK funding is still available in 25-26, competitive grants will still be available as they were this year for the elementary schools in our conventional model until the following year when the new funding will begin. This will be available in 3-year cycles for all grade levels, and as we like to say, it is available in perpetuity. This approximately $300,000 worth of awards over the next 3 years will not substitute for our usual small grants to educators and the NEF Book Fund, but will instead be ongoing funding in addition to other award programs. With this homegrown perpetual funding source, we anticipate an even greater expansion and enhancement of the excellence Northampton educators have provided with these funds for Northampton students for over 33 years of the NEF's history. We cannot overly express our gratitude to everyone associated with the Northampton District School System, from the excellent superintendent, principals, educators, staff, parents, caregivers, students, and all of our volunteers, our distribution committees, our board of directors, and the generosity of our amazing Northampton community. There's no question that without all of you, this could not and will not happen. With that in mind, please consider volunteering for this effort, and of course, please continue to donate. Please consider donating to all of our funds, but in particular, please attend my favorite, the NEF plant sale every spring. We will be back here in front of you again when the high school funding is officially awarded, and we look forward to great success for many years to come. We welcome everyone to see our website at www.northamptoneducation.org. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram, and please do come to the NEF Showcase tomorrow, again at 33 Holly from 5 to 6:30 p.m. Come see the fruits of our children's experiences, and refreshments will be served. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Anyone,
I'll make a motion to accept
is it 35,172?
72.
that. I will make a motion to accept that amount of money.
Thank you. Motion's been made by member Agna, seconded by member LaBounty. Any discussion? Stein?
Thank you so much. This is a great gift that you're giving us tonight, and excited to hear about your plans for the future. It's really great. The plant sale is also my favorite NEF event. I had just a question on, you mentioned at the beginning the restructuring of the endowed awards. I just had a question about what the endowment amount is.
The current, I believe it's over 2.5 million. This was an initiative that was undertaken, I want to say, 8 years ago, maybe more, to build a fund that would provide an award that could be given in perpetuity for the schools. It was an enormous amount of effort on the part of the NEF. I think any teachers here who have been here for a while remember how much work went into it. And the parents, the kids, Jennifer's daughter was one of the kids who, in elementary school, was participated in the fundraising for that.
Oh, they did the
At the
change.
time,
Yeah,
and now they're
collected all their change. They were very cute.
and now they're all in high school. So it's nice to see these things come to fruition for them. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other? Yes, Member Foster Cannon.
Yeah, I just would like to echo Member Stein's gratitude, and also I just have a question for you. The funds that are going to the high school and then to the middle school and to the elementary schools, are there restrictions on how those can be used, or is it at, yeah, so I guess I would love to understand more.
So, I mean, pretty basic restrictions, right? They can't be used for capital projects, obviously. We can't buy air conditioning for everybody. They can't really be used for things that should be provided by the city or by the district. And so we really try to encourage innovation, collaboration, thoughtfulness in programming. Longevity is a big thing. So for instance, the NEF funded the gardens in most of the schools, and those have now been institutionalized and are beloved by everybody. But it is sort of a tricky thing, right? So we have had requests for library renovations, and that we really can't fund that. But for instance, Bob Melnick's homesteading course, that's something that's incredibly creative and collaborative and does have the legs to be something that can continue on its own. So that's really what we're targeting when we give out these funds.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, thank you all.
There's no further discussion, then roll call, please. Cassie, on the motion?
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Very, very much.
Thank you.
So next we are going to move, so this is, if anyone's following the agenda, this is new business item G. This is a vote on the Green New Deal resolution, and member Seraphy Cox is the school committee member who's going to lead this. And then we have students from the Northampton High School Sunrise Group who are also here. So would you like to, member Seraphy Cox, you can unmute, and then would you, students from Sunrise, do you want to go up to the podium? Sound good?
Yeah, and I was just going to unmute to say that the students from the high school student group are really the experts here, and I was just, the person to bring forward the resolution. But they have a presentation that they'll be giving, so I'll turn it over to them.
Great, thank you. Do you need access to the screen, or are you?
I want me to share the
Okay.
presentation? Okay,
Yes.
I'm all over it.
If you want to hold a sign, there's more over there.
Okay. He has it.
Okay, this little thing is hiding. There we go. Ta-da. I'm a master of technology.
Sound.
Is there sound that goes with it?
No, we're just
Oh, good.
Yeah, we're gonna talk. Yeah. Okay. All right. Hi, I'm Cosmo. And I'm Luna. And we're leaders of Sunrise NHS. We have been working to get this resolution out there, and we're so excited to present to you all today.
The Green New Deal for Public Schools Act is a federal bill that brings the Green New Deal into our public schools. It was reintroduced this past September at a press conference by Jamal Bowman. Youth all over the country have been trying and succeeding to pass this same legislation in their schools and districts. This is a smaller scale than at the federal level, but it is still extremely important.
All right, the Green New Deal for schools is made up of the following 5 demands. Next slide, please. All right, safe and clean buildings. So a lot of schools across the country have lead in their pipes and asbestos in their insulation, among other toxic materials. Youth are required to be in school for at least 6 hours a day, meaning that it requires millions. That it is required for millions of children to be exposed to toxic chemicals every day. We don't want this in our district. This demand ensures that school buildings, buses, and other school infrastructure are updated to run on 100% renewable energy, are climate resilient, and ensure safe, non-toxic learning environments. Next slide, please. Climate curriculum. This is the big one for me, because to be honest, the climate education that I've gotten through the district so far has been a lot of reduce, reuse, recycle, a lot of what can you do, not what has our country done, what has the world done, what's happened, and what are the systems that we can recognize to fix what's happened. And so although we already have a climate curriculum at Northampton High School, numerous aspects of the climate crisis are not covered. Many students have agreed that the current curriculum has only taught us about how climate change is affecting the world outside of our daily lives, and not the very real impacts on our personal health, well-being, and safety. As an example, we were taught about how the polar ice caps are melting and that polar bears are suffering. And as cold-hearted as it sounds, this is not enough for most people to care or take action against climate change. Why? Because high school is messy and crazy as it is, and many high schools don't have enough time to do their homework, much less care about the polar bears. But while we're being taught about the human-made takeover of palm oil trees and the deforestation in the Amazon rainforest, which are very real issues, they're just not very central to our lives. Here in Northampton, we are seeing wildfire smoke, droughts, milder winters, and much less snow. Although a general worldview of climate change is important, we believe that a climate curriculum grounded in our own personal experience will promote a deeper understanding and awareness of the climate crisis and what's at stake. We have seen some of the impacts of climate change this past summer, and there are more to come. In our district, we want students to be taught a comprehensive climate justice curriculum developed by educators and students, not elitists and extremists, that helps us understand our history and prepares us to face the climate crisis. This is one of the demands that is cheaper to fix and can happen in a smaller time frame. We're hoping to accomplish this for fiscal year 2026.
Next slide, please. Schools are a center of community for many cities, including ours. We've seen this with the resistance to budget cuts by members outside the school community and participation in events at the school, like the musical and sports games. When climate disaster strikes, our schools should have a plan to help students recover and use school buildings as a designated relief zone for the entire community. Everyone should be able to have somewhere to go in a climate disaster. Students should feel safe and protected from climate disasters in their school. This is a basic necessity for our students and the whole Northampton community. Next slide, please. When building new green infrastructure, our country will need millions of trained workers to install and build climate-friendly energy systems, public transportation, and more. Our schools should offer opportunities to connect students with meaningful and good-paying union jobs combating the climate crisis. Youth who do not wish to go to college and are not able to pay for college or are looking to take a gap year to decide what they want to do can use these jobs as an opportunity to take action against the climate crisis and get monetary compensation. We have a healthcare pathways program as well as an IT pathways program, so we are asking for something similar, a green jobs pathway. An example of green jobs for students out of high school could be installing renewable energy like solar panels, wind turbines, and working in public transportation or examining the quality of water in aquifers. Next slide, please. So our fifth and final demand is free and healthy meals. According to a survey by an education data initiative, 30.4 million students can't afford their school meals, and the average meal debt per child is $180 yearly. At Northampton High School, we are lucky enough to be provided with free breakfast and lunch. That being said, there's a limit on how much food and which kinds we are allowed to take. Our district needs to provide locally sourced and sustainably grown breakfast and lunch to all students to make sure no student goes through the school day hungry. Some kids are hungrier than others, and we all have different needs for our bodies. There are students for whom school lunch is the only dependable meal of the day. We understand that healthy and unlimited meals are a lofty goal, considering that the public school lunch main courses are controlled at the state or federal level, depending on the case, and there is not much our local government can do about the regular meals. However, providing funds for local healthy foods that help kids get energized and ready to learn is essential. All that we ask is that you commit to providing kids with the best food possible with the limited budget you have. Last year, the Environmental Club at Northampton High School raised enough funding for a salad bar. It would be incredible to see salad bars at the elementary schools and the middle schools, as well as, so we can give kids more options. As a district, we have the power to put a Band-Aid of sorts on this issue, and together we can work to make this happen locally.
Next slide, please. All right, so what does passing this resolution do? Passing this resolution sets a foundation of a climate agenda within our schools and proves to our community that climate justice is something we're working towards as a city. It also sets realistic benchmarks for many visions of progress and sets an example as the first in the entire state of Massachusetts, as well as the entirety of New England, to pass this people first climate legislation, which encourages other districts to do the same. Next slide, please. All right, final question. What is the school committee committing to if they pass this resolution? So first and foremost, the school committee is recognizing that the climate crisis is a very real and pressing issue and has been and will continue to impact the city of Northampton, our school district, and every single person in this community. This is not a legally binding resolution. However, it is a fantastic base to build off of and demonstrates your faith in this legislation and the progress of climate legislation in our community. This will be a vital tool when working to pass ordinances which are legally binding through the City Council. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you. That was a great presentation, and I read your resolution, which is, I've read and written many resolutions. It is, I can easily say, the most comprehensive resolution I have ever seen. It's really remarkable, and you have like citations for everything. Really, really beautifully done. Great job.
Thank you. This is what we've been working for all year, and so we're really excited to see how this goes tonight. Does anybody have any remaining questions?
Member Seraphy Cox.
I was going to put a motion on the floor so that we could have discussion. So I would move to approve the Green New Deal resolution included in our packet tonight.
Motion's been made by Member Seraphy Cox, seconded by Member Davis. Is there further discussion?
I was just going to say that Member Davis and I attended one of the meetings of the student group at the high school, and I really appreciated the discussion and the logistical nature of how y'all are approaching this challenge. It's not just about passing a resolution and so forth. It's also about concrete solutions that can be brought for our district that are different than what one might bring for some other district. So I just really am excited to continue to work with you all.
Thank you very much.
Member Agnew?
And I did attend one as well. And I was very excited to hear your work and the ways that you're going about this, which is so comprehensive and professional. And your advisor, Ms. Sullivan, Sue Sullivan, or she was there that day that I came. She's also on the strategic planning team. And some of these things are aligned with some of the initiatives that are going to be a part of that plan. So it's kind of perfect to think about the ways that we can bring this together and work on our district and our city this way. So thank you so much for doing this. It really means a lot to all of us.
Yeah, of course. And thank you for pointing that out. We have switched club advisors, but we are still in contact with Susan Sullivan. We just needed a full room because our club was getting so big. So now our club advisor is Daniel Littlefield, who was in the paper recently as best teacher at NHS. So
that's great. Thank you.
Member Stein?
I just wanted to thank you for all your work on this and all your engagement with school committee members. I really enjoyed our conversation and learning more about the initiative. And yeah, just am really impressed with you and really grateful that you put in this effort to move us here. And I'm looking forward to this passing. Thanks.
I can assure you we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to do it.
I also want to thank you for meeting with me and the former Climate Action Director, and I know that the interim Climate Action Director, Ben Weil, is really eager to work with you. Okay. There's no further discussion, then Cassie, if you're ready, roll call.
Ready. Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Not here.
Oh, sorry. Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Everybody? Great. Congratulations.
you.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that brings us to public comment, and we are taking public comment in person and also over Zoom. So there's a sign-up sheet that Cassie is grabbing. For those on Zoom, if you wish to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature, and I'll try and alternate between those in the room and those who are on Zoom. Thank you. And you can always submit a written public comment, which is equally part of the public record at northampton-school-committee at northampton-k12.us. Before you begin your comment, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. The school committee does not respond during public comment as it's public's time to speak, so while your comments should be directed to the school committee, you'll understand when we don't respond to them. There's a limit of 3 minutes per person unless language interpretation or accommodations for a communication disability have been requested, and in which case then the time limit is 6 minutes. And a timer will be set. Member Foster Cannon, would you be able to help with that?
Yes.
To ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, and you have no obligation to use the full time if you don't want to. And if you do, then after the limit is reached, you'll be asked to please finish your sentence. So according to the rules of procedure, the school committee receives public comment for a maximum of 90 minutes. And we will be starting at 7:38 p.m. And we are beginning public comment in the room. Andrea Agito.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Agito. I am the president of the Northampton Association of School Employees, and I would like to read a statement from our members. We, the members of the Northampton Association of School Employees, are here to inform you that we have taken a vote of no confidence in Superintendent Portia Bonner. And an overwhelming majority of our members have lost confidence in her ability to lead our school district. NACE members from our teacher, paraeducator, clerical, and custodial units requested to take a vote of no confidence when it became clear during budget meetings and hearings that Superintendent Bonner was not fulfilling her responsibility to strongly advocate for our public schools to have the resources and staff necessary to meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of all students in our district. NACE leadership polled the members of those units, a total of 407 members, and of that group, 90% of our membership participated in the vote. Of those voting, 96%, or 348 members out of 364 ballots cast, voiced no confidence in Superintendent Bonner to lead the Northampton Public Schools. This is an overwhelming majority that's in agreement, and we stand unified in delivering these results. NACE does not take delivering this news lightly. We are fully aware of the gravity of this situation, but educators can no longer stand by and watch unnecessary and deep cuts to services, staff, and programs that students need and deserve for a rich, fulfilling education. Educators' vote of no confidence is based in what we know to be true. Superintendent Bonner's budget presentation to city councilors was confusing and inaccurate, referring to positions that were maintained when they were in fact being cut. Throughout this process, the superintendent showed shameful displays of bureaucratic pandering to the inadequate school budgets proposed by the mayor. Despite public outcry, the proposed school budget is still too low to maintain current services. Superintendent Bonner also lost educators' confidence in her leadership with her top-down initiatives that are being planned for next year. Her lack of presence in our schools, not including diverse stakeholders in the strategic planning committee, keeping it limited to an elite group, and especially disturbing was her disdain for students and the disparaging remarks she has made to them when they were voicing their support for school funding.
That's time.
The members of NACE, one more sentence. The members of NACE will continue to push for collaboration and a fair and responsible budget that meets the needs of all students and families of the Northampton Public Schools. Thank you.
Next is Liz Falco.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Liz Falco, and I live in Greenfield. So I'm speaking to you tonight as an English teacher at Northampton High School. This is my first year teaching in the district, so you can probably see where I'm going with this, right? Throughout this budget season, I've been told over and over again that my receiving an RIF notice is nothing personal. And so I'm hoping to make it a bit more personal. I'm an English teacher who's slated to be cut, I am the English teacher who's slated to be cut, given the current budget projections. I'm asking for your help in preserving the full-time position in the English department at NHS, and for you to continue to push for a level services budget. I want to be clear about that. I'm not asking about priorities over one department or the other. We are all a priority, okay? When I accepted this job, I was so excited to work in a community that I assumed was committed to promoting the arts, literature, and education more broadly, because these values reflect Northampton's much-touted cultural contributions. As we all know, these are big reasons for why people move here. I never thought that I would have to advocate to maintain appropriate staffing of the English department here at NHS, not just because English is an MCAS subject, but because of the crucial interdisciplinary skills that English teachers cultivate in students. Reading critically and analytically, writing clearly and effectively, conducting research, and honing speaking and listening skills. All skills that are challenging and meaningful and help create informed and engaged citizens. Students get only one semester each year of high school to build these valuable skills. Skills that translate to nearly every domain of life, reinforce learning across the disciplines, and help students achieve success in college and in their careers. Reducing the number of teachers in the department to 6 full-time teachers who are somehow expected to serve more than 900 students, all of whom are required to take English every year, will require class sizes that will negatively impact student learning outcomes and do real harm to students with a variety of needs. The only way to ensure that we're meeting the needs of students with IEPs and 504s, as well as English language learners, is to maintain a class size that gives teachers and students the time to work together. I'd love to be planning future projects and professional development opportunities right now. And frankly, I would also love to be fully present with my students, the people who need me the most, and my 6-year-old son for that matter. Unfortunately, I've had to spend this entire spring worried about whether I will continue to be employed. Ultimately, I think I will be fine, but I also know that there will be no incentive in the future to bring back this full-time position once NHS has proven that it doesn't need a 7th English teacher. We used to have 10 in this department, by the way. I am hopeful that there's still time to do right by our students, our educators, and our community. I'm almost done. I'd like to leave you with this. Regardless of what happens with the budget, teachers and staff on the front lines will have to absorb the city's failure to fund schools adequately. We have to serve the students in front of us, even if it's physically, psychologically, and emotionally costly for us and for them. And please don't interpret our hard work and dedication as an indication that we will always be happy to do more with less. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further comment, Meg Robbins? No. Yes, I'm gonna go on Zoom and then you'll be next, is that okay? Yes. Okay, Meg Robbins?
I know, but I can't unmute it.
You're unmuted.
Okay. All right, thanks. Sorry, it was fighting back. Thank you, and good evening. It's Meg Robbins, Northampton, and I want to speak tonight on the proposal that you will be voting on to create a reserve fund of $800,000 specifically for special education. This proposal has little immediate bearing or effect on Northampton's actual special education program. It's an accounting mechanism to park a significant amount of taxpayer money in a low-return fund with no tangible benefit to students, families, or taxpayers. The proposed new reserve would be under the joint control of the school committee and city council, requiring a majority vote by both bodies, and is intended to deal variances in any given fiscal year between actual and budgeted expenditures. The purpose is to pre-fund difficult to predict, unanticipated contracted special education spending needs rather than budgeting proactively. The reserve is made possible by Chapter 40, Section 13E of the Mass General Laws, and after the initial authorization, it provides for no further voter approval as to when or how it is used. The new reserve would be funded with seed money from city free cash in a time when we are struggling to meet the basic needs of our 2025 school year and laying off educators. Ongoing payments are proposed from Medicaid reimbursements from the state. The proposal does not impact special education spending or delivery. The types and amounts of special education services are mandated by state law and, more importantly, are the right thing to do for our students. The school committee already has full authority to reallocate funds within its own operating budget. If cost center X is underrunning its budget, say transportation has happened this year, and special education is overrunning its budget, then the school committee has the unilateral authority to use the excess funds in transportation to cover the overrun in special education. What would be a far greater service to our students would be to create an education stabilization fund that, along with the 4 existing city funds, would receive its share of the annual free cash distribution demanded by our fiscal stability policy. Seeing this with $200,000 of the money so generously released by Mayor Chiaro would be a healthy beginning. Using the balance of $600,000 left to fund our schools right now would allow the schools to upfront fund special education anticipated costs and free up substantial funds to retain the staff who support our most vulnerable students, many of whom receive special education services. Medicaid payments can continue to be added to the school district general fund annually to be used in time of budgetary need. Please do not vote on this before you have had time to consider alternatives, simply because there is pressure to do so from the July 1 start date. This is the cautionary action you took with the City Council opt-in resolution at your last meeting, so it meshes with your voiced need to better understand the ramifications of what you are voting on. Thank you, Mayor Chiara, for releasing the $800,000 from free cash for our schools. Let's use it for the students in front of us today. They really, really need it. Thank you.
Hello. Is that on?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. My name is Michelle Bernhard. I work at Northampton High School, and I live in the city. I've been at Northampton High School since 1999 when I came as a part-time writing teacher, and I was in Springfield for 5 years before that. This budget is penny wise and pound foolish. We're shuffling relatively small pots of money between essential personnel in 6 buildings, which will affect many, many kids and their families. Sure, spreadsheets have their place in estimating the future reality of our schools, but it is the people in the building who make our futures bright. Our students, especially the students in this room today, are our future. They deserve the very best from their teachers. This is hard to do when we are thinking of a random bottom line. We need to keep our young faculty in the building. And I'm especially speaking of Liz Falco, who is an amazing teacher. She has an amazing temperament, and if we lose her, it would be a real shame. She is the one who is on the block for this 0.5 or full position. We don't really know at this point, it's up and down. But that is one of my investments in this plug. Our English department of 7 is now going to go down to 5 if we lose Liz. There are large classes. I know it doesn't always look that way on a spreadsheet if you could all divide them up where they're supposed to go. Some classes are small for a reason. But we really need to keep our young people in the district, and those are the people who are getting cut. Please, please keep our English teacher.
Okay, on the Zoom, Maritha Wallace.
Hello, my name is Maritha Wallace. I am a paraprofessional at JFK, and I appreciate y'all being here to listen to us. One of the things that I want to say is I want to bring it back to our students, and the students who will suffer the most through budget cuts the way they are set up right now are the marginalized groups, whether it be from being poorer or Black and brown. Those are the groups that are going to suffer through this exchange. Now, I've been called a plow, and I guess I'm becoming okay with that, because the message that I have is really important. And I know that some people may not be affected by it because of your status in the community and what that might look like as someone who is not of tan skin. And so I want to bring it back to focus on that, because it seems sometimes that we forget that people with brown skin have a little bit hard time around here. And we are overfunding the police and underfunding our schools, which again leads to the school to prison pipeline. And I know y'all don't want to be a part of that because I know some of you. I've known some of you for a long time. Some of you know my family. Some of you have listened to my father speak at the school. But what I want you to understand is people who look like me will suffer. And people who sometimes don't have to deal with this situation don't care because it doesn't affect them. And I can tell you, we have a ton of brown kids that this is going to affect immensely on many different levels. And I hope that you can hear that message. I'm not yelling, I'm not screaming, I'm not trying to be a cloud, but I want to put this in front of you so that you can understand that while it may not affect you personally, it will affect me and people who look like me who are on step. So as we go forth and present a level funded budget, because we want to respect those families who are less tan than some of you. Thank you very much for your time, and all of this is said with respect.
Thank you. Would you like to speak?
Hello, esteemed members. I am Counselor Rothenberg. I just wanted to speak to the Special Education Fund as well. We're lucky that the DOR municipal finance expert that we speak with on a regular basis as counselors is also someone who helped to create this statute. So we got a little insight into where it came from and why. And it's a great concept. The idea is that when you have kids who come in with extraordinary needs to your district, you don't want to be unable to supply them with what they need. And for example, sometimes what they may need is an out-of-district placement, which can be very expensive. So I think that this kind of a fund is a very good thing. And our esteemed journalist had a misprint in his paper that I had objected to it. We unanimously supported it. It's a very good idea to have a fund like this. But that being said, just to sort of clarify, I think, some of what Meg was trying to explain, the fund itself is not really specifically related to our budgetary shortfall right now. And I think it's important for you to understand that it doesn't solve any of those problems. I don't think that you all are responsible for seeding it with money, so I don't think that's an action that's within your jurisdiction. I think we'll be doing that. I think you'll just be agreeing to open up this account, basically an empty account to start. But I do think we should be mindful also of the current political climate and that likelihood, given the makeup of council and the initiatives of the mayor, is that it probably will move forward to council then for seeding and get seated with that $600,000 extra dollars on top of the $200,000 that they'll be putting in and out every year. So I do just want to let you know that I do have concerns about that in a year when we're laying off a lot of teachers. I think that we can seed it. I think we can seed it on July 1st. I think we have lots of stabilization funds. I think it's something we should explore, but we should just all be aware of the fact that it's not solving any of our budget problems. I had one more thought on that. Just give me 1 second. It's gone. It might just be that that's enough to tell you. And I do want to thank the union for their courage, even though it's quite awkward to have taken that vote on the superintendent. I do think it's important for leadership, representatives such as ourselves, to really have a bottom-up mentality. And as much as we liaise with other branches of government that have more executive power, and as much as we may have administrative roles here and there, I do think it's very important to have real representation. And I really think that leadership is understanding the needs, interests, and concerns of those you are charged with leading, and then helping advocate for those needs, interests, and concerns. Thank you.
Amy Bookbinder on Zoom. Should be able to unmute. Amy, can you unmute? There you go.
Hello, yeah, maybe I pushed the wrong button. I wasn't thinking of making a comment tonight, but thank you.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Seeing no further comment, would you like to comment? Go ahead.
Hi, Alex Bowman, Northampton. I have 2 kids at Bridge Street School. Thank you for the opportunity. As a former member of a Massachusetts Town Select Board, School Committee, and Finance Committee, I understand how challenging it is to make everybody happy. It's actually impossible. Like the school committee, I strongly support increasing the budget for Northampton Public Schools. I want our kids to be well prepared for whatever next step they may choose. In my experience, it's nearly impossible to find millions of dollars to push large budget increases through with short notice. I am disheartened that the school committee has put the mayor and the superintendent between a rock and a hard place. I have no doubt both want the best for our children. No one likes not having the money to fund what was funded last year, but our financial situation's changed. To me, it looks like the school committee is passing the buck because they don't want to make a truly difficult decision and be blamed for it. Why didn't the school committee plan for this a year ago when the problem should have been addressed? Are there places in the city budget that can be changed? Absolutely. But I know finding funding sources for millions in additional recurring funds cannot be done in 2 to 3 months. There are departments that do not warrant their sizable budgets. However, I'm not willing to specify which ones because I don't want a target on my back. At a fundamental level, the school committee's job is to balance needs and resources. The school has lost federal funding. To make it up, they have to work with the mayor and the superintendent over time to establish a plan, not just point fingers.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Melissa Makaborski. I live in Northampton. I think you all know how I feel as a pediatrician about what's been going on here the last several months. It's very disheartening. I just wanted to make a quick point that it's much cheaper to get kids what they need with a budget that funds level services than to have them transfer out of district. And if money is the only thing that changes your mind, let's focus on that.
Lisa Medenos on Zoom. You should be able to unmute. There you go.
Lisa Medenos, Florence. I just want to echo what Marisa said, that the consequences of this budget will have long-term ramifications that will harm many students, but especially the most vulnerable. And we know what we mean when we use the language of most vulnerable. It's related to a variety of intersecting identities and lived realities in an already profoundly inequitable society. And Northampton prides itself on lots of things, but we know the demographics and data show inequity within our city and especially within the walls of our public schools. Cutting the budget from level services, what we already had, will make it worse. You add special education to these intersections of these identities and experiences, and the consequences will be, not can be, but will be even more dire. The school to prison pipeline is exacerbated within the special education world. So this is an equity issue, Northampton. Level Services is essentially asking for the status quo, which wasn't great to begin with, but cutting that would make things even worse. So I just want to echo what May said, Marisa, and also, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Zara Usman. I live in Florence. I never plan on public commenting, but I always just feel so moved to do it, so why not? So I think someone said the word advocacy up here earlier, and I really just wanted to highlight that word. As elected officials, advocacy is your job, and you do so much on the school committee, and I do recognize that. I know a lot of you personally, and I've been at each one of these meetings this year, and I see you every time. But I also do recognize that a lot of this is out of your control. But what is in your control is how you treat those above you, what you say. And honestly, I know I'm elected within the school, right? But I know that what I say here, and I know that when people talk to me in my grade, I know I'm representing them. And that has been shown because I've been reelected 3 times now. So, pretty happy about that one. But seriously, advocacy is the only thing you can do that will truly make sure that you are representing your constituents outside of the level services budget that you voted to pass, which I really deeply appreciate. I know I've mentioned this a million times, but I've only gone to Northampton Public Schools. These buildings are my buildings. I went to this middle school for 3 years. I went to it one online. I stayed with it. NHS has been truly an amazing experience. I have learned so much from my teachers there. I had AP US Government with Mr. Littlefield this year, and my civic sense grew immensely. And I think that's partially why I'm able to speak in front of you guys today. I think we all heard Ms. Falco speak, and I'm pretty sure we were all impressed by it because it was very put together. And isn't that the kind of teacher we would want teaching our students? And if we talk even about class load, it makes me hurt because in some of my classes we do not have enough desks, and I know we won't have enough desks next year if the budget cuts go through. So just all I'm asking is for you to use your voice. It doesn't end with your vote. You need to continue advocacy. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Zara. Any further comment? Okay. Seeing no further comment, we are going to move on to announcements unless anyone wants a recess. Recess? How about come back at 8:15? Okay, we are back from recess, and any announcements by school committee members? Excuse me. Yes, Member Miller.
I just want to remind people what was stated already, but anyone who's interested in knowing about the Northampton Education Foundation small grants, there is a showcase coming up this Friday from 5 to 6:30 at the Center for the Arts at 33 Hawley Street. And I just invite anybody to come and learn more about the small grants and the NEF. So just want to remind everyone.
Thank you. Member Stein?
I just wanted to recognize and congratulate the girls ultimate frisbee team from the high school for their wonderful showing in nationals. That was awesome. So congratulations to you all.
Congrats. Anyone else? I think Member Serving Cox is back. Okay. We're moving on to recommended actions. I'm going to read the items and then tell me if there are any removals for discussion. So meeting minutes for approval, so March 29th, 2023, June 8th, 2023, April 11th, 2024, those are revised, and May 9th, 2024. For donations, a donation for NHS band donation, and then vote to approve special education budget transfers. The first item A is being removed. It's already been voted on. So item B is budget transfer to special ed legal, and the document is linked. Those are recommended actions. Yes?
I just want to remove B, the third one. Especially the transfer.
3B.
3B, yeah.
Okay. Any further removals? Not, is there a motion on recommended actions?
I'm sorry, what was removed?
So 3B.
Okay,
To
thanks.
transfer.
Move approval.
Motion's been made by member Foster Cannon, seconded by member Stein. No discussion. Roll call, please. Cassie?
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis. Yes. Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay, great. So moving on to item 3B, which is vote to approve special education budget transfers, budget transfer to special ed legal, and member Stein?
So the reason I pulled this out was just to give us a chance to look at it as we consider voting for the Special Education Stabilization Fund. This is precisely the thing that Member Robbins mentioned or former Member Robbins mentioned in her comment, where we are dealing with an unanticipated, unbudgeted expense with a transfer, right? So if you open the document, you'll see we're transferring it from the local tuition budget line to the special education legal services line. And her point was that we are adjusting this way all the time, and I just want to highlight that you were just asked to vote on one of these. So we need to keep it in mind when we talk about that. That's all. I'd make a motion to approve it.
I second it.
Motion made by member Stein, seconded by member Agna. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to new business. We dealt with the first two items, so this is moving down to C, which is interview. This is candidate for Director of Special Services, Matthew Holloway. And Dr. Bonner.
Excellent. Okay, so this evening, I'm bringing forward to the school committee one candidate for our Director of Student Services. And if Matt Holloway would make his way, matter of fact, maybe if you wanted to bring a chair and come and sit in the center, as opposed to stand. And so I would like to tell the committee a little bit about Matthew, and you also have some optional questions in front of you to ask. So,
Dr. Bonner, do we want to consider just inviting him to sit
Oh,
there? I'm
that's
just
a-
thinking about the Zoom and
that's
microphone.
a great
I was
idea.
actually I was
I can
telling
stand
him
if you
closer.
want, but
I wasn't actually talking about the podium. I was going to actually bring him closer.
Oh,
But
it
if
just,
you
he'll
would
need a
like-
microphone is
That's
the
true.
issue.
So if you would take the student representative
Yeah.
spot, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you, Member Stein, for pointing that out. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
So Matthew Holloway was unanimously selected by the initial interview committee from 4 candidates to move forward to the second round of interviews. He was the only one that was moved forward. He is currently Director of Pupil Personnel Services at Narragansett Regional School District since July 2020. Prior to this, he served as a director in Greenfield Public Schools. Matt has a strong background in special education. He served as a coordinator for educator development for Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, where he collaboratively worked with his peers to develop the Mass Guidebook for Inclusive Practices and Foundations for Inclusive Practices online courses. The initial interview team stated that Matt has an extensive background in the role, sense of systems development for efficiency and equity, and then takes the time to research. He took the time to research our community. The second tier of interviews, the team noticed that he is very collaborative in his approach to seeing things through. He uses data as an essential tool to shift a culture. Also sees the need to develop relationships that is necessary in the work in which we would be working in our school system. His experience with co-teaching and understanding how long it takes to make real change. These were some of the strengths that we saw. Matt's references lifted up the following strengths: high-level understanding of special education services, development of programs that rival any programs within the 50-mile radius, the Thrive program, which is a unique program that he helped to establish with the help of the CPAC community in Narragansett, to assist students to re-enter into the district, and provided an early college education for those who were ready, and it saved the district over $1 million. So I present to you Matthew Holloway.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. So would you, so the questions that you provided us, would you like?
Why don't we go around in rounds, and
There's seven.
But I know that there will be some follow-up questions, maybe, and I'm not asking.
Okay.
And maybe Gwen will hold out because she was a part of.
Okay.
I was in the second tier.
Second tier.
Okay.
Thank you.
So does everyone, Member Davis, Member Ruler, do you have the questions? Why don't we start with you, Member Davis?
Number one? Can I introduce myself? My name is Aileen Davis. I'm an at-large member of the school committee. So question number one says, please share your vision of inclusive education. How will you work with both general education and special education teachers? Our practice of differentiation.
Thank you.
Repeat that if you want.
I think I got it. I'll do my best, but if you can always fill me in. Thank you, Member Davis. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Superintendent Bonner. I'm really grateful to be here. And before I start, I do just want to acknowledge the time and thought and care that the interview teams took with me. They asked really thoughtful questions, really excellent follow-up questions. It's always sometimes it's a little daunting when you have a large table full of people and they're all universally warm and very friendly. So I'm very grateful for that. And I'm also grateful for the walkthrough that the superintendent gave me through a couple of the schools, and wonderful chances to meet not only some of the teachers, which was fabulous, but also a number of students with great personalities. So I really very much enjoyed all of that. It's been a great process. In terms of fostering inclusion and promoting inclusive practice, I do always say that context is king. I'm trying to be very, very sensitive to the existing culture of the school, and that goes starting with the students, parents,
teachers, paraprofessionals, building leadership, all the way across. I really don't think that this is a one-size-fits-all solution. Some of my work at the state was very much kind of in a systems level approach where we talked about what it really takes to run a vibrant, inclusive classroom, universal design for learning, social emotional learning, positive behavior intervention supports. All three of those things, kind of the head, the heart, and the body have all got to be, done in a methodical and positive way. But I think, walking into a new school or a new district, you really have to take your time to get the pulse of the place before you make any assumptions. But two examples I wanted to bring up from my current role have to do with the slow and steady rollout of co-teaching that we've done at the high school at Narragansett Regional, where we started, and I've done a lot of I've done a lot of, kind of professional development, large group, everybody comes in, and there's a entertainment aspect to it, and you can get across some core ideas, but I found in experience that what you really need to change practice and to help people sort of think through their own, context is coaching, some direct coaching. So for the first 3 years that I was at Narragansett, we brought in just external coaches, non-evaluative, not administrative people to come in and sort of, help our co-teach teams with their, dynamics within their individual classrooms. And we started slow. We started with Algebra 1 and geometry because that was an area where we were seeing the highest level of failures for students with IEPs. That was kind of a successful first step. Then we added Algebra 2. We made some inroads into the science department and the ELA department as well. So over a 4-year period, we've grown the number of co-teach classes at the high school substantially, and that has allowed us to, with a handful of exceptions, but we've essentially dissolved our resource room classes into co-teaching, and we've seen tremendous 2 and 3 times over reduction in the rate of failure for students with IEPs. So it really has helped us sort of address that core problem that we sort of walked into. And that's, of course, for your sort of students with mild to moderate disabilities who are getting, services majority of their time, in the general education classroom. I think working in the schools, you really learn that you also need to promote, obviously, an inclusive culture for students who are accessing alternate curriculum, who are in alternate classes. Those groups of students, we really have to be thoughtful, creative, and again, very, very context sensitive about how to get them appropriate inclusion opportunities. We've done a lot of great things on that. I'm not going to do the whole laundry list, but one thing I'm very, very excited about this coming year is that we have, the high school principal and I sort of proposed this to the faculty. We're looking for a really meaningful inclusion opportunity for our life skills class. I mean, they get those opportunities, anyway, and teachers are wonderful about welcoming them in, but we wanted something that was really thoughtful with them as the core group of students, but a general education credit-bearing class. And so we did have several faculty members actually speak up and say they were interested in taking it on. We've kind of had conversations with many of them, and we're moving forward with a really nice, inclusive health and PE class for that group for the coming year, which is different than sort of the classic adaptive PE. We're really going to make, we want those students to be genuinely in the thick of things. So I think there's a lot of work. It's context specific, and it really is a school-wide question and not a classroom-based question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Miller?
Hi, I'm Margaret Miller. I have second question. Could you talk about your understanding of and experience with comprehensive and cohesive multi-tiered support systems, pre-K through 12 plus? Thank you. Elaborate.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question, Member Miller. So I answered a similar question in one of my earlier interviews, and what I said was I don't believe that this work is all about data all the time. I'm very much about the relationships between teachers and students, about the systems and how those conversations flow. But when it comes to MTSS, I do think that we really have to have high quality data to really build a meaningful system to support students. And so the 3 areas that we have, over the time that I've been there, I think, and this has been a very collaborative effort across curriculum, special education, general education, building leadership, counseling, mental health. We've really built data systems to address academic, social, emotional, and behavioral needs of our students, and started to get those routines in place where the right people are coming together at the right time to look at the right information, make the right decisions, and then make the right assignments of support. So with academic, we use a formative assessment tool called STAR, and we administer it 3 times a year. And that's been in place for predating me. In my first year in the district, we used some of our federal Title IV money to adopt a social, emotional, mental health screener called BIMAS 2. And that's something that we give to all students 3 times a year at the same time as STAR. And it's a really powerful mechanism both for getting a data set of how are students doing, but also it does allow us to red flag students who are in immediate need of critical interventions. And we've made a number of critical interventions year over year. And so that alone is a compelling reason for folks to do this work, but the data systems that we're building also have allowed us to, for example, get some competitive grants from the state, which has allowed us to build up some staffing within our counseling team. And I think that data set continues to be something that sort of informs the conversations around how are the students doing social emotionally. If you're curious, it's a survey for students who are in grades K through 7. That survey goes to their family and to at least one of their teachers. For students in grades 8 through 12, it goes to family, teacher, and also the student self-reports as well. So that gives us a really robust set of mental health data, social emotional data. And then finally, we've, I think really just the past year, we've kind of hit complete implementation of behavioral data. So using, we use something called SWIS, which is sort of a very common behavioral tracking system. And really, it's a way to track referrals, and it's a way to track sort of what's going on in the classrooms. Teachers input the referrals, and then the administration can read and react. Oftentimes, the teacher is the one who's resolving the issue, but if they're inputting those referrals, then we have a good picture of what are the behavioral needs of our classroom too. So having those 3 things in place for me it's not foundational. You have to start the work before the data looks perfect. You really do. But that those sets allow us to say with integrity that we are in fact implementing MTSS, and now of course the ongoing challenge is staffing. Who's going to do the interventions? Once we identify the students who have the needs, then we do the staffing, and that's something that I've worked extremely closely with our business manager and superintendent's office and others to find funds to help promote available staffing. Whether it's reading interventionists, mental health counseling, behavioral interventionists. We are creative, persistent, and we recognize the need for that staffing and for that staff time. And then, I'm sorry, actually the third piece that I didn't mention is we do need good teams sitting down weekly, biweekly, and looking at these data sets and having conversations with teachers, students, and anybody else around who needs what when, and then getting those resources to them. Because I think all the data in the world and all the staffing in the world, if you don't have a good team, multidisciplinary team looking at the data, it doesn't really launch.
Yep. Okay. Hi, I'm Gina Louise.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. How would you support parents and staff in building trust and working together, including in challenging circumstances? How do you see yourself working with special education teachers and principals? Can you please give some examples from your current position?
Definitely. One thing that I really believe about the special education administrator role is that you work with and through building principals, or nothing happens. You really have got to have that close, tight working relationship with the building administration to be able to support kids, support teachers, make things happen. So starting at the end of your question, the most urgent thing for me in any setting is to figure out sort of what's the right communication style, what's the right timing, rapport that I can work with this building principal to support the staff and the students in their buildings. So for me, that really is number one. And it varies from person to person, and I try to be adaptable to that. And I have one building principal that I talk to every Friday afternoon. It's just a given that at the end of a long, crazy week, we're going to pick up the phone, and it's really not a venting system. We really are kind of getting through some stuff, but for that person at that time, that's when we can really resolve some issues. Other principals, it's just a nonstop texting conversation, which really does help us sort of work things out in the moment. Other folks, you have to sort of know when is this principal going to be in the hallway? When are they going to be doing cafeteria duty and picking your moments and making those connections then? I'm not talking about big formal conversations. I'm talking about sort of establishing that working routine. Then you specifically mentioned special ed teachers. So for me, well, I'll start here. With special education, with all teachers, you know, the best conversation, the best way to build rapport, the best way to get to know each other is to talk about the students in front of them, what those students need, and then how to address it. So we start there. And that, but of course, that comes in pockets, as things come up, as you're into the classroom. I have found that practically speaking, you know, the IEP team process is a place where, particularly when there is sort of, there are divergent opinions around the needs of a student, that's where I work the hardest to support the special education, the whole team, but the teacher in particular, who's the liaison. And I'll do a lot of, conversations with them before, after, during, I'll be part of the team if they ask me to, but really working closely with them on complex cases, moving things along, and just having really an ongoing dialogue and sort of I try not to be sort of a endless flood of one-way communication, but I also really pride myself on being responsive. If somebody reaches out to me, I want to get back to them very quickly, whether it's in writing or phone call or whatever, or in person. And so that's really vital for me. And then trust building with parents is something that, because the special education system does become complex and diverging opinions are at the table frequently, I really work hard to try to build bonds with parents, before it gets to that, in informal settings, Special Olympics, CPAC, wherever we can make contact that's not sort of a high stakes conversation that's potentially adversarial. I really try to build those trust-based relationships then. And what's worked for me in that regard is then I know that there are some families across the district who know me and who know that I'm there for the kids, that I'm there for the best interest of the students. And I will oftentimes, particularly with the CPAC, which has an official role, I'll oftentimes tell a family, you should talk to our CPAC chair. They might be able to give you some advice on how to handle the situation if you're comfortable. And that's really useful to me. The other area where I've found a special education director can build really important, meaningful, and as Superintendent Bonner pointed out, substantial for the district relationships are out-of-district placements. In Narragansett and also in Greenfield, I've been the direct liaison for those out-of-district students. And those families, especially if you're coming in and the student's been placed out for a few years now, those families have probably been through a lot with the district to be where they are. And so I try to go in, again, without sort of any preconceived notion of what are we going to do, where are things going to go, but just sort of building trust, building a relationship. I really make it a point, whenever possible, if I'm going to talk to a family on Thursday, I really want to go connect with their child on Wednesday, you know what I mean? Or sooner, or earlier. But point being that I want to be able to say, and I'm not going to be the clinician. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a speech pathologist. But I want to be able to say, as a former teacher and as an educator, yeah, I know your child. We're not just talking about a name here. We're not just talking about a number. I know your child. I saw that lunchbox that she was carrying yesterday. I feel like that really does go a long way towards just building that rapport and establishing that bridge. And then finally, even if the opinions vary, I do find that folks appreciate clear, direct, transparent conversation. Families do. In writing too. I try not to sort of prevaricate and dance around the issue. I try to be, upfront and transparent with folks as much as I can. I feel like that really makes a difference for families.
Great. I have your fourth question. As the Director of Student Services, you will need to communicate budget priorities to various stakeholders, including administrators, teachers, parents, and community members. Can you describe your approach to communicating budget priorities effectively to ensure transparency and alignment with district goals? How do you engage stakeholders in discussions about budget allocations for student services? And how do you address concerns or questions raised by different groups? That was a dense one, so if you need me to
I will unpack it. I'll probably go backwards again, but I will do my best to, especially given the context of tonight's conversation, stabilization, all these other pieces. It's a tricky one. The answer that I do tend to give about budgeting is for me, and of course for all of us, but particularly in the student services realm, there's no single budget season. That's kind of a misnomer. It's a misnomer. It's a constant thing, and it's a constant conversation that I'm having with staff, with families, with other administrators, with central office. It never stops. So I think that's the first thing that I'll say is that just because of the nature of this role, if you're the director of student services and you have to allocate, a finite amount of resources across, sometimes it feels like a level of need, you're constantly in that budget conversation. And I find that it is important to listen to people and to be transparent about fiscal realities in that process too. There is a true budget season. Of course, you all know that very well, far too well. There's a true budget season, and that's the time that I really work as closely as I can with the business office and the superintendent's office to make sure that we're on the same message. We have an aligned message. I haven't tended to be the person who's out front on the larger, sort of annual budget conversation. A lot of the things that I'm trying to resolve are, operating within, a finite budget and but addressing immediate needs. And so without going into the details on the stabilization fund too much, I mean, that is something that, it's absolutely true that students move into the district, that needs emerge, out of not thin air, but, needs emerge that are unanticipated. And so I appreciate, although I don't know which direction things are finally going to go, but I appreciate at least there's forward thought around that. Because, for example, the state has a circuit breaker program, which is designed to sort of help after the fact alleviate some of those fiscal pressures. But that doesn't always, number one, it's not a fully funded program. And number two, it's not always available to you in the moment. So it's a complex task.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Disproportionality and discipline, striking in terms of the number of students with IEPs and among students from historic communities. Our district is. How would you address this challenge?
I'm so sorry, I can't hear any of the question.
You can't hear any of them?
Okay, is this better?
I could barely hear the other members, but I couldn't hear Member LaBounty at all,
Okay.
so.
Can you hear me now?
A little better.
Well, I don't want to chew on the mic, but I'll get closer, okay?
There, much better, thank you.
Okay, it's disproportionality and discipline is striking in terms of the number of students with IEPs and among students from historically resilient communities. Our district is no different. How would you address this challenge and provide alternatives to removal from school?
I love this question because it is near and dear to my heart, and not so much from many levels, from a data level, from a student services level, from an equity level, but also just from a human level. The idea that public education, that we have these situations where we're trying so hard to get kids in the building. I mean, the chronic absenteeism, attendance is such a challenge. And then some of those students who have the biggest challenges with attendance, they misbehave, and then we wind up holding them out, excluding them from school. And it's very tough. I also, as you can tell, I have a lot of respect for building principals, and I don't want to disempower them to manage clean, well-run schools. So I think that the two things that I want to share on that topic, but there are many more. It's a very complex topic, and again, context is king. One is the partnership I've seen between clinical staff and building leadership around setting up positive systems for intervention and support, PBIS, for behavior in their buildings. And specifically, we had a BCBA, a behavior team, a couple of years ago who worked with our building leadership team, one of our schools, and the building leadership absorbed this staff member in my first year in the district, and it was kind of it was a question of sort of what exactly does the BCBA do? How does this work? And I think that summer they all kind of said, well, I think you may be onto something with this whole BCBA behavior work. And they met and they worked for a couple of weeks over the summer and developed a school-wide behavior matrix. And it did drive as much as possible, while still giving plenty of support to teachers when things escalated. But as much as possible, we had a referral system, so the teacher was able to document things that are happening in their classroom. But it also, distinguished between a minor and a major referral in a way that, it drives a lot of those things back to the teacher, and allows, in my mind, gives the teacher the autonomy to also, manage that behavior in their classroom. And so that building was actually able to reduce its out of school exclusions by 75%. So we cut it in four, cut it by four, the number of suspensions that were happening in that building, which to me is just really tremendous. And that was in the first year. And then in the second and third years, we've seen more and more buy-in of the staff on, because it's also really important for them to know that, okay, if something's major, something needs to be done. And that's the other piece of, folks will come to the table and they will do the work, but they need to know they're supported, by the administration on the back end. And so we've really seen that gel in our schools and had some pretty big wins there. The other thing that I wanted to talk about, which is, in my mind, this is one of my little pet peeves, is that the state treats in-school suspension and out-of-school suspension the same from a data perspective. And I understand that. If you're not in front of your teacher, you're not getting access to core instruction. So I don't, I'm not making an argument against that data collection. But the reality in the school for a student is that you could suspend me for a day at home, or you could suspend me for a day in the school. And that might look differently when it gets to the state, but it feels very different for me as a student, whether I've got an in-school or an out-of-school suspension. Every principal that I've ever talked to says, yeah, I wish I could, I wish I had that up and running, but I don't have the space, I don't have the staffing. It does take doing. It doesn't just materialize out of nowhere. So I have really advocated pretty strongly for, especially at the secondary level, to have not a full-time, I don't want to have a full-time in-school suspension monitor. I think that kind of breeds a culture of a lot of in-school suspensions, but a system, so that you can have a check, sign in, sign out system, so that you can supervise that. And we help provide some funds for kiosks, so the students can be working in kiosks and be able to get academic work done. So that is something that I think is an effective deterrent, and an effective way to enforce behavior, while keeping the students, at least they're in school. At least they're in school, and you can also you do half days in that setting, and kids can get back into classes. You can do quarter. So I just think it's a better tool for building administrators than the you've been so bad you're going to have to stay home for 3 days, and we hope that something good happens while you're at home. That it just doesn't work that way.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
Can I?
Oh, yes.
So we've been doing a lot of talking about restorative justice practices, and I wondered how that might fit into your thoughts about avoiding suspensions.
Exactly. Thank you for saying that. If the student is home, it's very hard to do a repair on whatever behavior happened. If they're in an in-school suspension or if they're in something that hasn't them inside the walls of the building, at least there's a chance. At least there's a chance that they can repair. And, I think again, context is king. I don't want to presume how things are going here, but in my experience with restorative justice, sometimes it gets a little, implementation is not the same from one person to the next. Definitions are not the same from one person to the next. And that can be problematic for students who go through that process with teacher A, and it feels one way. Teacher B, it feels another. So, but I'll just say in terms of making repair, helping a person make a repair on a behavior that they've done. If they're not in the building, you can't do it. Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Member Seraphy Cox, can you hear me? Okay. Close. I'm Michael Stein. Thank you for your interest in the district and for coming to speak with us tonight. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you too. I have a question for you. And it has to do with the context that you'd be coming into. We're a district that rolled out an inclusion model a number of years ago. It's been difficult to get right, and we're reducing resources, and you're coming into that, and we have a rate of 26% of students on IEPs. So my question really is, and obviously you don't know all the details, right? But how would you approach evaluating where we are and where we need to be?
Thank you so much for that question. It's a wonderful question, and the context, is very helpful too. I think everybody will talk to you about sort of, looking at data, looking at student outcome data. Obviously, that's a big part of the answer. But for me, it really does come down to having face time with the individuals who are running those programs or providing those services and hearing things from them. One thing that it in public schools, I find, everybody wants to give you a history lesson. And sometimes it's like, oh, I don't need 10 years back. Like, just give me last year. But there's a reason that folks want to give you the history, because those things matter. And culturally, those things build upon each other. And so, I'm aware of another, of a pretty large urban district that did something very similar, where they just sort of dissolved their programs, dissolved their sub-separates, and said, all right, we're going to go inclusion. We're going to break up these programs. That's not something I would recommend doing. Those programs have been built with care and over time. Talk about trust with families, student safety. There's been a lot of pieces that go into that. So, as I work, and I haven't had a chance to talk about the work we've done with paraprofessionals at Narragansett, but I really do take a lot of pride in the work that we've developed collaboratively across multiple domains to provide high quality professional development for our paras, and to just, genuinely make sure they feel and are highly valued members of our teams. So talking about the historical piece of things, talking to the teachers, talking to the paras, talking to families and students, those conversations really help me understand what's going on here, what's possible, because I know the out-of-district families. That gives me a perspective that not everybody has in the district anymore. And I will say this about program development, and that was I don't think I'd heard that 50-mile radius quote before. That's pretty good. But one thing about program development, although we're pretty rural, so I'd have to get over. One thing about program development that I will say is that I always hope that we can build a program to provide services as opposed to a location, a place. I really want to see that program being a part of a continuum of least restrictive experiences for students, so that if a student comes back into the district, a lot of times I have to be able, as the liaison for the district, I have to be able to say, don't worry, we have a therapeutic program. Don't worry, we have a life skills program. We have that. So you can come, and they do come. They come and they do 1 visit, 2 visits, 3 visits. Families do walkthroughs. I mean, we really take the time to make folks feel comfortable, like they understand what they're coming into. But I don't want that to be the end all be all, because what I find is that what motivates kids, not all kids, but many kids, is access to the larger life of the school or the district. Extracurriculars and elective classes and prom and field trip, all those things. And so what I always hope for is that program is not a room. A room is not a program, and a program is not a room. And so I really like to see fluidity there, and I like to see teachers and staff and families sort of promoting students to try a little bit more, with support. You can always fall back if you need to. But let's take some baby steps forward towards a less restrictive environment, because, as we all know, there's no resource room once you leave school. I mean, we're all in this same world, and so we need supports that are flexible and dynamic and meet students where they want to go, and it's not just a location. In terms of the other part of your question around the budget and sort of where things are going, that would be something that I would sort of be working closely with the superintendent's office, business office. I mean, I really can't make any presumptions at this point without kind of understanding the context.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Seraphy Cox, I don't know if did she receive that
So
question?
you have a photo shot. Check your email.
Oh. Or if you have your own question, or your pup has a question.
A cameo.
Yes, he has lots of questions. I apologize. I'm just looking at this now, and it's a little hard to.
So we're up to number 6 on this list. If you can read it.
So, what is your familiarity with DESE?
Yes, that question has not been asked yet.
Okay. The question is, what is your familiarity with DESE's new dyslexia guidelines for districts? How do you, I think it says implement, but it only says IM.
Imagine.
Oh, imagine, okay. A system for identifying students with reading disabilities and implementing targeted
instruction
for students with dyslexia pre-K through 12.
Wonderful.
And I guess I would maybe just add that some context that our district has been, looking at the dyslexia guidelines and starting to roll stuff out, but that there's certainly been challenges. I mean, my own kid was not identified for dyslexia until halfway through her elementary school career. So it's certainly an issue that our district continues to grapple with.
Well, thank you for the question, and it really is. I think nationally, I think it's a good thing that nationally this conversation is where it is. We're seeing this in a lot of states where, we just realize that literacy is so fundamental, and as our society, as our economy grows more and more text-based, the literacy values is just going to continue to grow. And so the dyslexia guidelines, and folks who aren't familiar, K through 3, we are required to do regular screening for all students, and any student who is not making substantial progress on the screening, there's a mandated parent communication home, and if the students do not continue to make progress, then we have to put general education supports in place. It's a brand new regulation. It just came out last year. I'm pretty active in sort of in the realm of special education policy, and that regulation initially came out as saying that kids who are not making progress on a screener needed to be automatically referred for special education testing, which some of us I think argued pretty persuasively to the state that kind of we'd worked so hard to build an MTSS multi-tiered system of general education interventions prior to special ed referral, that idea that we were going to have an automatic special ed referral really kind of flies in the face of the response to intervention model for special education, the MTSS model. And so I was just through the moon excited to see the general education emphasis in the final regulations that came out on dyslexia screening. And then I've been very lucky to work with our curriculum team, our elementary building leadership, our assistant superintendent to put into place this entire screening process where there is notification to families of how their students do. It also, and we don't need to get into the reading wars here. That's after 9 p.m. But there are a lot of sort of reading instruments out there, and this kind of gave us impetus because DESE did provide a list of recommended instruments. So this gave us the impetus to supplement. I mentioned the STAR for academic testing. We also supplement that now with DIBBLES, which is another evidence-based screener that's administered directly. Teacher to student one-on-one. It's quick, but it does take some additional time. And so I think, but it's evidence-based, and we know that it's a high-quality screening instrument. So now that we're using that with all of our elementary age students, I really feel like we are enhancing our system of support and our data collection system. But again, the challenge is always, do we have adequate staffing and do they have adequate time to provide those general education tiered interventions that they need? So that's sort of the next big step. We were just went through a state monitoring process, and we had to provide a lot, I think 18 student cases, showing all the letters home and all the documentation of the testing. So it was good that we were on top of it when we were, because we were able to give them the full file on that. So it's a lot of work, but it's the right work to be doing. I mean, if you're in education and you have you can't argue against literacy. Like this is what we do. And so it's a really exciting time. I think we're public schools in general are learning what do we have to do at the general education level, and actually at the tier 1 classroom level. Never mind pre-intervention. What do we need to do tier 1 classroom level to be utilizing evidence-based practices for improving reading instruction, and then building a system off of that.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, follow-up question. So as my colleague mentioned, we have rolled out, or beginning to roll out, a new K through 5 evidence-based science of reading curriculum. But we have many students in the district who will be with us for many years to come that don't really have access to supports. We've added a little bit at the high school. One of the areas of concern that the current Director of Student Services has mentioned is how we're going to remediate this. So I'm wondering what ideas you have or how you would approach addressing that gap.
Yeah. That's a much harder, I mean, it's all hard, but that's a very hard question to ask. And those kids, we need to do right by those students too. And so one thing that we've done, and this was in a tough budget year, this was a big lift, but we did create a reading interventionist for the first time at our middle school to help start to alleviate some of those students who had missed out on evidence-based, elementary curriculum. And so I think, that's obviously staffing, that's obviously a challenge, but that's been really important. In my second year in the district, I had a number of special education teachers say, we don't have the reading expertise to really deliver. And so we used the state has a professional development grant for special education that comes out not every year, most years. It's number 274 if you're tracking at home. And so we were able to utilize our 274 grant to get 4 of our special education teachers Wilson certified to help sort of address that. And those are teachers across, outside of the elementary as well. So I think, unfortunately, that question becomes much more complex. Scheduling becomes more complex. The window, the window stays open, but it's not as big. The older you get, the smaller that window gets to make a good intervention. And so I think that does tend to fall more and more to the special education team. That's not to say that Tier 1 instruction can't be addressing literacy simultaneous with all those other pieces, but I do think that by and large, if students are not, if students are not reading to learn, in the upper middle school and secondary level, it does wind up typically being a special ed intervention for us. And so I think it's just really important that our special ed teachers have the right training and certifications to be able to do that. Tough question. Thank you.
Just go back to me, or does somebody else want to ask the last?
If anyone else wants to ask it, otherwise I'm happy to hand it back to you, Member Davis. This last question, and then if there are any other questions, you want to take it?
Okay.
Maybe pull it. Oh, does it not pull?
Can you hear me okay, Emily? Member Seraphy Cox, okay, that sounded louder to me. So the last question says, FY25 includes the DESE rollout of the new IEP and associated forms. Are you familiar with the new documents, and what is your plan for collaborating with other administrators on this and any other large-scale initiatives the district will move through? And what is your vision for supporting staff through this transition or any other large-scale initiatives?
Thank you for that question. That is the big talk of the special education world is getting our hands around this new IEP and making sure folks are comfortable with it. We've tried a number of, I think, pretty creative ways to help build staff familiarity with the new form. Department meetings, we kind of, not every single one, but we sort of talk to it in most of our department meetings at the building level. We brought in some really excellent training. We actually, it was a Saturday session, which I really don't try. I try never to do anything on a Saturday, but folks are just so busy, and we wanted to give them sort of unabated time to sit and talk through the pieces of the new form. And I think out of our IEP liaisons, something like 90% of them wound up attending, and they're like 4-hour Saturday sessions. And we just had a trainer come in and sort of talk through the new form and the pieces of it. As we get closer and closer to the end of the school year, what I've actually started doing is challenging myself to make videos under 3 minutes, just screen share videos of key pieces of the new form. I finally did actually this week. I got 2 minutes and 30, which is like my new world record. Because I know nobody wants to sit and listen to somebody talk for the whole time, but folks have really been appreciative of these sort of bite-sized hits at the big. When you start to get your head around it, when you start to go through it, you realize, okay, it's the same stuff. Like, they didn't change the laws, they didn't change the regs. It's the same stuff. It is packaged differently, and there's a rationale behind the packaging. And there's only really 1 or 2 things that are so different that folks really need to really get into. So you know, that's what these little mini videos that I've done like 3 or 4 of them. That's what I've tried to do, is just sort of focus folks' attention on, you really need to understand, you know, how are you going to approach this? Because we don't want to walk into the meeting, you know, with the parents saying, this is this new thing. So we really want folks to feel comfortable and in it to start the year. And I think we're there. You know, I think we're there. I did a little readiness fist to 5, you know, department meeting, and I got, you know, everything was 3, 4, or 5, and most of them were 4s and 5s. I think people really do feel pretty comfortable with the form as it is configured. One really important thing is that, you know, as everybody knows, there's mandated note taking within the IEP team meeting. So I worked with our team chairs, and we just revised our note taking document to just literally be the new form. I mean, you know, it really just follows the flow of the new form, so that, you know, at least when you're taking your notes, there's no confusion around how to go about that. So I feel like our staff are in good position to take on the new form. We use eSped. I know that we use Aspen here, so it'd be a small transition. But Aspen has actually been a little bit ahead of eSped in the rollout of it. But I just want to take a quick second on this other part of the question around larger initiatives more broadly. Because I think there's, you know, I think there's sort of, when I worked for the state, I had this kind of mentality of sort of, all right, well, here are the things that we must do, here are the things that we should do, here are the things that we can do. And those things, you know, the musts come from the state, from the courts, from the feds, you know, and of course from district leadership and school committee, but you know, the policy setting bodies. The shoulds come from, you know, education and research. I mean, there is just such an amazing body of knowledge out there around education. But it's so hard to do the things you should do when you're trying to do the things you must do. And so I really, at the state level, I always felt like if I could help people see how they can accomplish what they must do by doing something that they should do, we might actually be able to sort of implement some change. And so the inclusive practices resources that you're talking about sort of helped us accomplish that. You know, because as you know, there's a big new educator effectiveness system at that time, and so we utilized, you know, we took it as a chance to do a lot of professional development on stuff that we should do, which were inclusive practices. You know, and I don't mean, you know, disbanding every program. I mean, you know, having more universally accessible classroom instruction. So for me, I think when you talk about district-wide initiatives, you know, we really want to think about what's the urgency on this. You know, because if we really want success, there's that saying, you know, if you want to go far, go together. If you want to go fast, go alone. Yeah, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, to go together. So I think, you know, for us, like the co-teaching example, coming back to that was one where we identified teachers who were open to it already. You know, we didn't take people and shoehorn them into new assignments that they weren't comfortable with. You know, there was a history. You know, my predecessor had done a lot of co-teach training a couple of years previously, and I think there's, you know, I don't know, it didn't feel like that was something that was completely fully launched. So we didn't really want to kind of relaunch a new, you know, that again, but we looked for pockets of folks who were, you know, able and ready, and sort of start there, you know, build success. You know, if you build success, people will get on the bus. So you start doing that work, and then, you know, more people will come along. So I think if you have the luxury of sort of implementing something over a couple of years, one more example I'll give is we identified a need for more inclusive practices in a Tier 1 instruction. And so this entire school year, our building principals, our administrative team has had universal design for learning training from an outside provider. Once a month, they've come in, done the training, with the intent that the building principal, who knows the culture of their building better than, you know, the central office, better than an outside trainer, you know, they're going to be the leader of the UDL training within their buildings, and using the language that, you know, that they speak in their buildings, and being sensitive to the culture of those buildings. And so, you know, again, it's this kind of layered, phased, sensitive approach that doesn't sort of cram things down people's throat, but actually lets them try new ideas out. And different people take change at different rates. And so we want to kind of be sensitive to that as well.
Thank you. Thanks. Member Sarah P. Cox?
I think that we're done with the listed questions. Are we able to ask any other questions?
Sure, absolutely. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, great. I'm curious if you could talk a little bit about, you know, Northampton Public Schools is a much bigger district than the one you're in now. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about both what you think might be the challenges in terms of coming into a district like Northampton, not just because of its size, but also perhaps, the layout of our programs as much as you know about them, et cetera. And then maybe any past experiences or expertise that you could bring to bear to help you through those challenges.
Yeah, I really appreciate that question. I think the most interesting thing is 4 elementaries, right? 4 elementaries in 4 different villages with their own, their own sort of culture, their own sort of identity. That's very different. And in Narragansett, I don't know if it's a luxury or not, but I came in the first year that we had finally consolidated 4 elementaries into one large new building. So that was fascinating because you talk about the history lesson that you need. You've got staff flowing in from, multiple different schools, and I don't know, I don't know the context, and it was kind of a little game. I didn't actually take notes, but it was kind of a game of like, okay, who came from where? Because you can see, you can see those allegiances that are already established. You can see those things, but 4 different elementaries creates for somebody in my role creates a really unique set of. It's not a challenge. It's just a reality. It's a unique reality. But the core piece that I shared at the outset is still true. For me, and in fact, it's even more true. The more school buildings there are in a district, the more that a central office administrator has got to rely on a relationship with those building principals and cultivating those relationships and being, in touch with what's going on in that building. I did have a great walkthrough of Bridge Street, which I really appreciated at my second interview. But that would certainly be sort of my first outset would be FaceTime in the buildings, with the elementary principal, or once they let me kind of walk around and talk to staff, but I always want to be sensitive to that. And I have a current principal that I work with, and I used to in my first 2 years, I used to always as a courtesy just say, hey, I'm coming by the building, this afternoon, text, email, whatever. And then finally they were like, why are you telling me? Just come. So that I felt like that was a positive breakthrough. So, but I want to sort of both respect that and also, be present for the kids, the paras, the teachers. I like to be in there. And, this is a tough gig. I mean, the student services role, you do wind up absorbing a lot of, heavy fiscal and legal, you're in a lot of those things. And so for me, what I found is that, being able to get in there and make a connection with a student, paraprofessional, teacher, that really is what sort of allows you to, it's not just a feel-good thing. It's a deeper connection that drives the work that we do. So the additional elementaries create that challenge and that unique opportunity. The other piece is the families. The families are spread out quite widely, and we actually talked about this some in my second interview. The issue of figuring out sort of what are the family dynamics both as relates to the individual school. I should say community dynamics relating to individual school, and then also, to the overall district culture. How do all these different unique communities feed into, a middle school and a high school, which is unified. So that work I think is really fun. I mean, it really is. I mean, that's part of why I like the central office role, and frankly why I like, working at the state level too, is that there is an element of I just find human communities endlessly fascinating, and so. Schools are the ultimate window into the values and the heart of the community. And I not to make a big plug on Northampton, but Northampton is what brought my wife and I out from the Boston area. Almost 10 years ago. She was at UMass Amherst, and our wife to be at the time, and we both wanted to live here. So we came here and we rented here for a couple of years, and we now live in Amherst. But I love this community. We always have, and so. The opportunity to get a closer connection to it is really exciting. And in Greenfield, we did have 3 elementaries and a standalone early childhood center as well. So I do have, at that time, I made a map for myself, and I would, I was pretty disciplined about it. I'd go in on, and I'd kind of drive the schools, and I'd have that sort of circuit that I would make and try to make sure that I had FaceTime with each school because it is really important. And I don't get the sense that there are big issues of equity across. The elementary schools competing for resources. I mean, I'm sure those things bubble up, but I've kind of asked about it in different conversations, and And I think that's something that, because you fall into different rhythms with different people as you do this work. So I find you do have to be pretty disciplined about not giving any one building more attention than any other. I think that's really important. Obviously, high school, they wind up having, some of the most complex situations just because of transcripts and everything else. But especially across 4 elementaries, really being equitable about the time and attention and care that you give to each one, I think is super important.
Member Stein, and then if anyone else has other questions.
Thanks. I have 2 tough questions. I'm really interested in your thoughts. And the first is a compound question about the process you go through for reviewing, building, and approving IEPs. The technical piece with it. Here we're using Aspen. We're largely a very paper-based system. And what's the last? Oh, and just sort of what are the challenges of trying to roll out this new IEP format with less staff? So that's like one sort of piece. And then the second question is around, sort of inspired by a recent article about the increase in student anxiety and school refusal. And I'm wondering about the strategies or the resources needed to address that. Maybe in your current role and what you've experienced with it and what we should be thinking about here.
Yeah, great. Those are 2 very tough and very different questions. So, and if I don't quite hit it on the nose, please fill me in. I'm lucky in my current district that we have moved. If families want a paper-based IEP, we mail it to them. But by and large, we've adopted an e-signature platform. The kind that's legal, like the legally binding e-signature process where, and that's what I'd say 95% of our families use. And so how it works for us, and I'm also lucky that we have a culture where building administration sign every IEP as well, which I think is really important to me. And so the literal process that we use is that the teacher liaison or team chair completes the IEP in eSped, and these platforms are not as different as they would have you. And I'm pretty familiar with across the platforms. But in eSped, they say, it's ready for review. And that means we have the attendance notes and all the documentation that goes with the team meeting. Then the administrative assistant puts that into a PDF. They send it to me. I read it on my screen with eSped open. If there are typos, if there's obvious things that I can just fix that don't affect the actual program, I just do it. I really teachers have enough going on without me sending back. And I know this happens, red pen and you mark up the thing, and I can't do it. If I can help it, I try not to do that, to be honest. If there are things though that are patterns, obviously I might send it back. But what tends to take more time is I will send back something to a teacher and I'll say, I don't understand, this goal is missing, this doesn't seem evidence-based or data-driven. If there are procedural and programmatic issues with the IEP, and then I have to put that back on the teacher or liaison to figure out, what the solution is. And then once that's all resolved, and I'd say that we don't have a ton of back and forth, then I give it the go-ahead. It goes into the e-signature platform, goes to the building administrator, they sign it, then it comes to me, I sign it, having already reviewed it, so I just sign it, and then it goes to the family, then they sign it. Then when they sign it, we get the PDFs, and then we have a whole system for getting that back out to the staff. But I've worked in a paper-based system before, and we can have conversations around the most efficient way to make that happen. And there is an investment to do the e-signature platform, and so now might not be the time to be making that investment, but it does get more signed IEPs. So there's the benefit there. And in terms of rolling out the new form with less staff or with current staff, the big concern in my book is that our team meetings don't go on, way longer because folks are unfamiliar with the form. Because it's again, time is a finite resource in the schools too. So to me, that's the big urgency in building staff familiarity with the form. Is that if they're not familiar and then you go into your first meeting, we can't be having 3-hour meetings as the norm, for every IEP. So that's the big risk there. And I think, you have to see the caseloads and have to see what it actually looks like. But my hope, and I Director Dixon and I talk quite a bit. I mean, we're kind of colleagues within a relatively small world. So I know that you all have done a lot of work to get implementation, up to speed, staff up to speed on the new form. So I think it's going to be okay. I don't foresee that being a huge barrier for outcomes. Okay, switching gears over to school-based anxiety. I think there are systematic and programmatic things that we've done to address school anxiety. I mentioned the BIMAS mental health screening earlier. That's the most sort of by the book, evidence-based. It's a clinically informed thing, and there's a whole process on the day that particularly the self-assessment, student self-report happens. On the day that students do their self-report, we oftentimes will triage counselors into the middle and high school area, just to be on hand in case something gets because if those are the kind of priorities that you really can't sequence. They all need to be addressed right now. So we put our community-based mental health providers on alert that we're doing it. We bring in, our additional staff. We've had instances where we put neighboring towns on alert if things look like we're going to have large numbers, because that's just sort of the relationships that we have. That's sort of from the data side of things. From the programmatic side of things, I think a lot of that has to do with how the clinical staff within a building, what kind of space they have, what kind of voice they have with building administration. And so I think obviously elementary, middle, high looks different in the different levels. But I think the wellness center model where you have sort of a drop-in that students can come to, they sign in, they connect directly with somebody, they talk about why are you here, what do you need, what do you need, and sort of have that piece of it with the intent of getting them back in the classroom. We want to help them and sort of get them through the anxiety moment and then get them back into class. That's really important. Same thing with your guidance office. Again, kids should feel like that's a welcoming place to go. For sort of tier 1, tier 2 needs. When students start to get into a tier 2, tier 3, more escalated level of need, then you need your adjustment counselors and all your counseling team on hand, ready to support. Those are, and that's programmatic. And then, but I think there's also just sort of a affective thing, an affective part of it, of just trying to help kids be happy and feel good about themselves. And that's, when you talk about positive behavior intervention supports, when you talk about social emotional learning, those things, there are things that obviously individual teachers do that make a huge difference for kids. But I think that needs to be, it doesn't have to be in lockstep with what the building is doing, but the building as a whole has got to be doing something. No one teacher can really be just end all be all to address, school-based anxiety, mental health supports, things like that. Oh, and just last piece, because you did mention the chronic absenteeism issue too. We've made really pretty significant strides on that. I think there's mechanisms and levers that are again tiered interventions, right? We notice a pattern of behavioral needs. We might have a counselor do a check-in with them, or a preferred teacher. We might start there with tier 1, tier 2 supports. But if we're facing chronic absenteeism, yes, we will partner with with other state agencies. We'll do what it takes to sort of work on that. But also we have to look at what about the school environment are they avoiding? Certainly there are kids who genuinely have an anxiety around some aspect of the school environment that's keeping them out. And in those cases, I have found really good partnerships with our building principals on workarounds. Whether it's access to a quiet space. In really extreme times, we've used the program that Superintendent Bonner mentioned, the Thrive program, to help reintegrate kids, particularly if they're coming back from a mental health, partial hospitalization or hospitalization. We want to reintegrate them. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if y'all have the Bright model here. Does that ring a bell? Yeah. The design of the Bright model is for students who have been out for mental health. Generally, it's mental health or physical health reasons to kind of reintegrate slowly. We don't have the capacity, to the earlier question, we don't have the capacity to staff that full-time with one teacher for that alone. But our Thrive program is literally therapeutic reintegration. So if you need to be reintegrated for any reason, that program is, in certain cases, a resource to be able to make that happen for kids too. So we're gonna do what it takes, and it really, I think more importantly than systems, data, any of that stuff is the school-based team. Do you have a good team of people? Of course you do, but, do you have a team of people who have time, structure, that an agenda, that they're going to sit down and they're going to actually look, methodically through the needs of the kids, figure out what's going on with these kids. Ultimately it's about the frontline people who are doing the work, and they also know better than I do, what needs to be put into place to allow them to do that work. So we try to, give them the space, give them the time, and then listen to them.
Thanks. I just had one follow-up to the first question, which is the piece about, after the IEP is created, and, what sort of monitoring are you doing, not necessarily of the goals, et cetera, I know that's a whole other piece, but of the amount of services committed versus the staff available, right? So like, how are you monitoring how many minutes are written versus staff available to provide those minutes? And in your current district, what does that look like?
Well, the liaison writes the IEP, and the service providers who are providing those minutes are at that team meeting. So if they write an IEP that they can't implement, then we have a problem. In other words, it's not, it doesn't, I'm not personally the one that's counting the minutes. They will, believe me, they will definitely tell me if they cannot meet these legally, federally binding minutes that are on that document. They will tell me. I've never had a case where they haven't told me. And if they're a member of that team, they're going to, they're going to make a recommendation to support the student, but they're going to have their schedules in front of them too. They're going to make reasonable recommendations. And, the truth is this year, well, I don't want to say this year, every year, we wind up, contracting in for something, because we need an SLPA to help out because minutes got a little too high in the 7th grade for, it's year by year. And I'm not talking about, 0.5 FTE or whatever, but if we need to hit a targeted set of services that we're stretched too thin on, typically that's more my involvement is when a staff member comes and says, I'm stretched too thin. I can't do this. Like, I can do it for a couple weeks, but like, we got to fix this. That's where I kind of, have to utilize the, power of the purse and work with the business office and figure out a way to bring in somebody to help shore that up. So
well, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Member Miller.
It's a follow-up so that it fits. You were talking about, making sure that staff understands the new IEP and things like that. However, my concern is about caretakers.
Yeah.
I'm a psychologist. I have sat in on IEP meetings that I didn't understand a word was saying.
Yep.
I didn't understand anything. And the caretaker was totally lost. So what I want to make sure of is that caretakers will understand if there's a new IEP, how you're going to ensure that caretakers who are sitting there in the IEP meeting understand what's going on.
Yeah.
And how their kid is going to get served.
That's a great question. I will start with the comment I made earlier, which is the law hasn't changed. The regs haven't changed. So I think we want to make sure, and the liaison, whoever's chairing the meeting, needs to make that clear. Like this document is going to look different. Talk you through it, but the core essence of what we do, has not fundamentally changed. And so that's really important to me. I said, my final video was, but I actually do have another one sort of in the wing, in pre-production status, to go out to the family communities. Because I do, with CPAC, I do send out email blasts to the entire family community and, let them know about events or CPAC events or whatever. So there is one last video that I have queued up, to just sort of, and again, it's not everything. I didn't address this when you asked earlier. With the building principals, I took 30 minutes to walk them through the new IEP a couple weeks ago. And I know how building principals read IEPs. Sometimes you have to read it, from page 1 all the way through, very carefully at certain times. But other times I know what sections they go to right away just to figure out, okay, what staffing do I need to figure out? What schedule do I need to figure out to support this? So I think with families, we want to give them that guidance, but we know not every family, not every staff member is going to watch my video. Never mind every family. So we'll do our best there. But I do think the assurance that the fundamental responsibility to give kids a free, appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment, appropriate, access to the general curriculum. Those fundamental tenets of the IDEA have not changed. And I don't want families to feel like, because typically in our team meetings, we don't have an IEP in the hands of every, family. It's the service providers are giving their notes and they're developing the goals together.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Anyone who hasn't asked a question who would like to ask? Any? No? Okay. So we say goodnight to Mr.
I'm losing my voice. So, Mr. Holloway, thank you so much for the presentation. And so, the next steps for this committee would be the vote to allow me, it'll come back, the vote to allow me to go into negotiation, contract negotiation.
Okay. So do we say goodnight to him and then?
We can say goodnight to him.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you all.
appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, no. While he's leaving, why don't we move on for now to E? And, Member Davis, are you handling?
Yes.
You're doing all of these?
Yes. Member Gazy gave me some
everything you needed?
notes.
Okay.
So, everybody be nice. Okay, so, I'm a little nervous about the sharing of the screen part. The first item is a first read. So let me try to get that. And then I have that pulled up.
No, well.
No, do I have the wrong thing?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what you have.
No,
but-
I have something that I was gonna, am I supposed to say something first?
No, I was just going to interrupt you, and I was giving Mr. Holloway a chance to.
Oh, okay.
Leave, but if he's not, then we can.
Then we can just
if
get
he's
back to
waiting for
that?
us to do. No, I'm not telling you you should. I was giving you the time. I'm not trying to get you to.
It feels awkward to deliberate about somebody when they're sitting there, so I'm going to go ahead and exit. Thank you all very much.
Good night.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'll pause, and we're gonna go back to the vote.
And now Dr. Bonner's saying goodnight. But you were going to do all of these, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then maybe we should just go to, I really wasn't trying to get him to leave. I was giving him the opportunity. We get it. Okay. So let's, I apologize, Member Davis. Let's go back to D, which is to authorize the superintendent to enter into negotiations with the chosen candidate for Director of Special Education. Member Sarah Fee Cox, your hand up?
Yeah, I have some just kind of general questions about the candidates, the process, that sort of thing. I'm curious, like, how many candidates total were there? And is it any sort of kind of negative indication in terms of the quality of the other candidates that you're only putting one candidate forward?
So.
Yeah, those are my two questions.
Excuse me. Okay, so first off, we had 12 applicants to apply. And so 6 of them were eligible to go to the actual interview process. The other 6 actually did not have either experience or the certification. So we moved to the 6th. Now there are 2 that pulled out. So we only ended up interviewing 4 candidates. And so with the initial team, they really felt that the 4 candidates that were interviewed, they only wanted to move forward with 1. And so I respected that. there was a potential, but they just felt that if our number one candidate did not accept the position, then we would repost. That was the agreement. So then we had the second round of interview, one interview, just to make sure that that the candidate was the right fit for the district. And so hopefully I've answered all of those components.
Yes, yes. And thank you for bringing up about the committee. I'm wondering if you could talk a bit about who was on the search committee.
Okay, so on the very first search committee, there were 13 members. And it pretty much was all stakeholder groups, with the exception of teacher pulled out at the last minute. The same with our second tier. We tried to get them in again. That was due to a emergency intake. So the first committee, we had a principal, the associate director of student services. We had 2 members from CPAC. Let's see. We also had another parent that's not necessarily attached to, oh no, she ended up pulling out. So, sorry, it was 12 members. So, we had an associate principal, we had a school psychologist, we had our preschool partnership coordinator, we had our family engagement coordinator / EL, we had another special education coordinator from the high school, we had a paraprofessional, and we also included our transportation supervisor, which is incredibly important when it comes to special services. So that was the first tier. The second tier, got those names down, was primarily, again, leadership team with, and then we tried again to get another, an opportunity for a special educator to be a part of this, but unfortunately, something happened. So, so that was our director of curriculum instruction. Our family engagement coordinator also participated again, also our preschool coordinator, 1 school committee member, the associate director of student services, and myself.
All set?
Was that it? Member
Yeah, I
Seraphy
think
Cox?
she put her hand.
Yeah, those were my questions. Thank you.
Member Stein.
I had the same questions as Member Seraphy Cox, but just one additional one, which was sort of the time frame on the search and the job posting, how long it was up, if we engaged any recruitment, et cetera.
Oh, how long was it posted, or?
So normally,
Was
the tradition of postings are 2 weeks for this position. We started the actual organization of the committee on May 20th. We did our interviews May 22nd and May 28th. And then our follow-up round was on June 5th.
No, it's okay. Are there other questions? Or comments? Okay. I was very impressed with Mr. Holmes' answers. He seems very comfortable and like, he also would be a very warm and engaging person for people, children, staff, families to interact with. Any other discussion?
I'd like to move to authorize our superintendent to enter negotiations with Matthew Holloway.
Second that.
Motion made by member Agnes, seconded by member Davis. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none.
I have one more question. I'm sorry, I may have missed it. Did you say there were any caretakers on any of the?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, there were. We had
And
2 CPAC members.
They were special ed parents?
Yes.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, then roll call, please, Cassie, when you're ready.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Shara?
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Thank you. We wish you luck in negotiations.
Thank
Okay, so, Member Davis, back to
Okay.
you.
So, in the little pause, I discovered that it says that I can't screen share yet. Are you able to allow me to do that? When I push share screen, it says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Oh yeah, you need to be made a co-host, maybe?
Go.
Oh,
you need
so
to be
now
made-
I am, so let's see.
Oh, are you? Okay.
It just said I am a co-host now, so let me, no,
Does it say you are? Is it working? No, I think,
Now that I've mastered the art of Zoom, would you like me to share my screen with documents?
sure. So I just, the order that, that I need them from the email. The first one is that says DGA authorized
Yep,
signatures.
I've got the agenda.
Super.
Me and my big mouth. Now,
Wow.
Now I'll
There you go.
blow it.
Yeah, then they're in order right here. So that first one is the one that we need first. And
Not impressed. There we go.
I'm very impressed and grateful. And so this first one, DGA authorized signatures, is for first read, and there's no vote necessary. I'm supposed to just take notes on any changes. The top part in black is our old policy from 2003. The red part below, which is the bulk of it, which is red, is the updated format proposed by MASC. And we added language describing the warrant officer's role so we could use it in the rules for procedure, which is another issue. And so if anyone has any comments or questions or concerns, and certainly members sign on the committee if you have any nuggets of what I need to add or information for folks. If anybody has anything, I'm ready to take notes on here. I don't know if I'm supposed to do it by hand on here. I was just going to write them down. Is that adequate?
That's easier.
Okay, yeah.
That's
Good.
PDF.
Anyone have any comments or questions? Okay. Oh, sorry, wait, sorry. Member Seraphy Cox just raised her hand.
To get
Or
up
maybe
while the
she-
going's good here.
Sorry,
No, it's okay.
It says that the committee will, by roll call, vote a single member known as the warrant officer. I thought that the warrant officer was appointed by the mayor. Am I wrong? Mayor, isn't the warrant officer a part of the appointments you make at the beginning of each term?
You are correct, it is. Thank you for catching that.
So I don't know if, and we don't, as a body, we don't vote on on those appointments, right?
Right. Yeah, it's one of the positions that you give rankings for and then are assigned.
So
it looks like DESI is, I'm sorry, not DESI, MASC is suggesting that the warrant officer be voted on.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't know necessarily that I care one way or another, but we should just make sure that the policy, if the policy is saying we're gonna vote on it, that obviously then we would need to switch it in our other documents.
So So just to be clear, so this part, yeah, that where it says, oh, thank you, look at you. So the part where it says designate by roll call vote isn't relevant to the way we do it here, is the issue.
Or perhaps we should change it that to this process.
Do it
if
that
it's
way.
If that's what's been suggested.
So in the revised rules of procedure that's in the coming up, I noticed that it's been added so that we would be doing both. I think it would be congruent with, we're changing it, right? So it's not an appointed, if we follow this, yeah. Well, if we follow this and vote on the revisions to the rules of procedure, and then when this comes back, vote on it.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Are we done with this one?
Any other comments on this? No?
So can I ask a question? So we're in the idea of confirm whether the warrant officer is designated or voted in or both or something. That's what we discuss in our committee, then we bring it back. Or is that, I'm not clear on who does the confirmation of that process, that change?
I mean, if we know that this is Desi's recommendation, that's one thing. If we need to confirm it, then someone in the committee, I would say, should
I see, okay,
confirm.
confirm if it's their recommendation. Okay.
And then, I mean, it's just a recommendation if we wanted to do something different, but.
Right. Okay.
You might want to take it.
Thank you. So if we're done with that one, the next policies, there are 4. This one, AC non-discrimination, ACR non-discrimination policy, including harassment and retaliation, ACF protections from discriminatory bias, JKAA physical restraint and behavior support, formerly known as JKB. So all of those, the policies that I just said, are ready for second read and vote, were vetted by our attorney and DESI in preparation for the DESI audit. And stop me anytime if I'm saying something wrong here. And the changes reflect the updated legal definitions. And there were no changes suggested when these were brought for first reading on May 9th, school committee meeting. So we're bringing them back to you unchanged from what you saw then to be approved. So I'd like to make a motion to approve these 4 policies as a group. So I don't know if.
Second.
Been made by Member Davis, seconded by Member Seraphy Cox. Okay, any discussion on these 4 policies? Can't see Member Seraphy Cox. Okay, seeing none, then roll call please on approval.
I have to take minutes. Okay.
Sure.
Ready. Where are we? Member Davis.
Yes.
Member Shara.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy.
Not here.
She's not here. Member Miller.
Yes.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Okay, those 4 pass, and then
There was one last one.
rules of procedure.
Oh, no.
So once that's pulled up, so this says rules of procedure for second reading. So in section 3.4, I think that's what it says exactly here. We consulted with the curriculum committee who preferred the short description of their subcommittee. This statement, which comes from the Concord Carlisle School District, which remember had been discussed in a previous meeting, is in alignment with the other subcommittees in describing their roles. The prior description remains as part of the curriculum committee's mission statement. So I think it said 3.4. There's all that stuff. You can see certain things crossed out. So, so there is that part. There are a few different sections where there are changes. Should I just go on to the next
No,
ones?
no, don't go
Okay.
back.
Okay.
Are we taking it one
So
by?
again, this was a second reading, but if we need to go back, I don't know. Member Stein has a,
Oh, sorry.
Are we doing discussion like point by point, or?
Wait, were we starting with that first point? Or are we
so
going through all of it?
my understanding is that this is a second reading, and so we have been through these things before, but I don't know what the process is of if we're not supposed to change it again, or are we? These were the changes that were suggested in from the
Right.
first reading.
Right, and then you discuss them in committee.
Okay.
I mean,
Yes.
nothing precludes us from changing them again.
Okay, I wasn't sure
Yeah.
about that. So I guess we stay with this 3.4 right here.
Okay, understand.
I do understand sort of the logic that was laid out. And I voiced this before, but I do think that this language is quite different from the mission. I'm not saying that it's quite different. And I feel like unless we change the mission, the summary of the curriculum committee should be taken from the mission instead of from a different districts. So it's just, for me, it's a procedural thing. If the body wants to change the mission of the curriculum and learning committee, they could do that. But I would want that to happen before we change the description of it, because it seems odd not to. And they seem incongruent in some ways to me.
Well, can we all say any, do I raise my hand?
Go right ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So being on the subcommittee, I just want to say that what's listed there under 3.4, that description, that brief description, fits the way the three of us discussed it in our subcommittee meeting, that we are the ones who adopted that. It's not just based on Concord, Carlisle. It's something we three agreed upon. So that's the way we all agreed, that we think the subcommittee should function. So that was done within our subcommittee.
So what I'm trying to point out is that we, as an entire school committee, voted on the mission before. So one subcommittee can't decide that there's essentially a new mission by having a new description. So I'm saying the order of things should be, if you want to have a new description that is significantly different from the mission, which I think this is, you should have a full school committee vote to change the mission, and then you have a summary that corresponds to it. It's just a procedural issue for me about what the mission is and what the scope of a subcommittee's power is versus the whole body. Right? So in some way, it doesn't matter what a subcommittee votes if the entire body has voted on something else. They bring a recommendation to say we want to change our mission, and we'll discuss it and vote on it. But it's not something you can decide on your own.
I think that it wasn't that we were changing the mission, it was the description of it. And I know that it doesn't, I hear that you say it's incongruent with the mission, but, you know, if we need to, we can go back and look at the mission again. It was more for brevity and for clarity, I think. It wasn't to take away from what the school committee had approved was the mission of the CICL originally. But if that doesn't work for people, then we'll take it back to our subcommittee and discuss whether we have to revise the mission and bring it back to the committee. That's fine.
I mean, I think for me, it's really, you know, the second paragraph that's struck, right? It says, I'll skip the first sentence, but it says, you know, the school committee is responsible for overseeing the district curriculum. To do this to the best of our ability, it is critical that we are well aware of what curriculum looks like in teaching and learning, how it impacts student success, and how we evaluate best use expenditures of allocated resources. This summary reduces that sort of window into the curriculum to approve major adoption or revision. So we lose all of those sort of elements that are in the mission. And that's sort of the way in which I see it as incongruent. Yeah, so I've said it's just my take on it.
Karen has her hand.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I realize that I wasn't here for the original adoption, but this discussion around the subcommittee descriptions, they're all fairly brief. And then each subcommittee has a larger charge, and that's one that the subcommittees understand. So to me, this makes sense. I mean, the subcommittee wouldn't approve a major adoption or revision of curriculum without being well informed about that. I mean, it's by necessity that that would happen. So I don't really see those as two very different things, that this is a brief description of the subcommittee, but of course the subcommittee has, all the subcommittees have a larger charge than the sentence description on this.
So this leaves us that, do we take it, so now the next steps, I just want to make sure what happens now. It sounds to me like perhaps the curriculum subcommittee looks at this again or not, or we revisit it in another meeting, or?
We can go through the rest of the document.
Oh, that's true.
and
There are
then
other
we can see if there's a motion to approve it or not.
I see, okay.
And then,
I see. I forgot that there were other things. So 8, in financial procedures, section 8.3 and 8.4, we added the part about the warrant officer that we discussed before, and included updated language from policy DJH contracts.
okay. Member Seraphy Cox?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that relative to the conversation we had before about the warrant signing, that in section 1.3, it lists out all of the positions that are appointed by the chair, and the warrant officer is not among them. So I think it has just been by habit that the warrant officer has been appointed in that manner, but it looks like it was not necessarily intended to be a part of those appointments. So I think I'm happy with the revision here, which though would necessitate the roll call vote.
Member Seraphy Cox, thank you for bringing that up, and it reminds me that I don't think I see in that paragraph the EL pack either.
Yeah, LPAC, oh my goodness, yes,
Which
we
you serve on.
absolutely have to add LPAC.
Yeah.
Can you tell me where is that again?
So that's 1.3.
Yes. So in 1.3, just add LPAC to that. So it's English Learner Parent Advisory Committee, or, yeah, I think committee.
Council.
And I have to get the new name of the Northampton Prevention Coalition. It's not called that anymore.
Oh.
So, and I always forget the last word, so I'm gonna look it up in my notes and I'll get it to you.
Oh, I know.
You might be able to.
It's cars.
And so LPAC, Northampton Prevention
Coalition, I'll get you the new
name. And the warrant officer issue. Okay.
So we're scooting back down?
Yeah, so and then after that one, if everyone is, when everyone is done, in section 14 on meetings, we changed translator to interpreter. Portia has asked whether, Layla, whether a school committee, or Dr. Bonner has asked our attorney whether a school committee needs to provide said interpreter. I'm not sure if we have an answer.
We did have an answer, and I
should have asked you ahead of
know,
time.
I have to, I'll pull it up.
And then there's just one more thing after that. On section 19. I mean, then we can go back to that if you want. Section 19, we made sure that all the elements required by Mass General laws for school committee minutes were included. So they're a little bit hard to read with all those cross-outs, but that was the
That's
last
one
item.
question.
Yeah.
When we were at the school committee training, they said, you know how you say, this is being recorded?
Yeah.
The other thing that they said we're supposed to ask is anyone on Zoom recording this? Because the people who might then speak on Zoom need to know if somebody else is recording it, like, you know,
Even if
because they
it's
might
already
choose
being
to talk
recorded?
differently. Well, because we're recording it, but if someone's recording it for their personal use, you know what I mean? It's,
So you have to ask if any, does it show if someone else is recording it?
I don't know. But yeah, they could use it with their phone or do something else, like, so they just said that they've started doing that. No, I don't know that it's required, but they've started asking, is anyone? So we could check with them again, but I don't
Okay.
think it's required. I think that what you say is required.
Right.
But I think I don't know if they had a couple of incidents where people were recording things on their phone and then used them. So.
People are supposed to tell you if they're in person and they're recording, I believe, but yeah.
Right.
So you're saying that we're officially supposed to ask?
I
in
don't
some
know
fashion?
I don't know if we're required to ask, but I know that they told us they've started recommending that we ask that, so that people who are on Zoom know. But I guess suppose we could check with.
And that was MASC that told
Yeah.
you that? Well, if you're checking with MASC about that other issue.
The warrant?
Thank you. Yes, the warrant issue, then maybe could we also ask about that?
Looks like Aileen's taking a good note on that.
Yeah. MASC about the warrant, and should.
Whether we're required to ask if someone is recording, someone in addition to us is recording either on Zoom or
their phone
in the room.
And then it leaves us with a, take their word for it.
Yeah.
Unless there's some way to notice.
That's right. No,
I'm not sure if there's a
it's
way to
the- right.
see.
You
I mean,
can't-
so
you can't
on,
require it.
if you look on Zoom right now, you can see next to all of us who are co-hosts, there's a little cloud with a red dot, which shows
Yeah.
that we as the hosts are
Yeah.
recording.
Right.
So I
wonder if we can see
think
that.
if someone else records, but then someone obviously could record it in another way as well.
Yeah. And so like this, so did we find the answer about from
So-
Layla?
Here's some recommendations. She made a statement about making sure that meetings must be accessible to individuals with disabilities, so accommodations including but not limited to sign language interpretation for deaf or hearing impaired individuals must be provided, subject to reasonable notice. That's one part.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a long explanation about, for individuals whose primary language is not English. She started to quote the case and law, but I'm just going to jump down to the bottom where she says that some school committees in Massachusetts are offering translation services for LEP students and families who wish to attend these meetings. So the thinking in part is that families make a part of the school community, and it's important for them to be able to participate in school committee meetings. Same way as other families have knowledge about the important work of the school committee. So it might be a good policy, especially if you have a significant, when we have a significant number of LPAC families in the district. So it's a strong suggestion to provide it.
With notice.
Say LEP?
She used LEP, but right now I want to tell you, the language for multilingual students is multilingual now. It's changed. It used to be EL. I mean, the list goes on.
Yep. So that means multilingual.
Multilingual.
Strong recommendation to offer, provide, word that, available.
The word was offering translation services as opposed to provide.
Okay. Right. So I think that's the last
thing.
one on there. So there was a motion to approve all, no, we did
This
the
is
four.
additional
This is a
one.
separate one.
Right.
So I make a motion to approve the revised rules of procedure
As amended.
as amended tonight.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion's made by member Agnes, seconded by member Foster Cannon. Any further discussion? Fine.
This is something I've been thinking about adding, but I don't know if we should add this actually in the rules or to the format of the agenda, or to both, which is we approve ad hoc committees, and then they kind of disappear into the wind, and then the bot membership changes and people forget about them. So I'm wondering if we could have some sort of track of what is ongoing so that the committee would know, with some sort of check-in. So I don't know if we need, in the rules of policy, something about how we actually treat ongoing work, or how we track it, right? So it's a suggestion. It's very late in this process, but it occurs to me, when we were talking about this recent after-school care thing, right? There's a lot of work done, a lot of things, and then it just sort of falls off the map because timing of stuff, membership of the body change, all this kind of thing. So we need to find a way to, I guess, track and sustain the work that we've committed to do that's ongoing and follow up with it and know that it's actually happened. So I don't know if we should have a rule about that and what the rules should look like, or if we should have that as part of the agenda. We have reports for standing committees, but should we have check-ins with all I'm not sure how to do it, but I just want to sort of bring it to the body to think about. Yeah, it's just reading through this again has just brought it up for me. We don't really have a way to do this that's helpful.
Okay, anyone have any recommendations? It looks like it's section 4. Section 4.
You share it again?
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yeah, my recommendation actually would be that we pass it tonight and then send it back to rules and policy just to make that one change. Because I think, good to get the important changes that are part of it as presented tonight there. But I like member Stein's idea but I think, again, you know, as he said, it's a little late in the process, and so, rather than needing to rush something, to just give it a little thought. Because yeah,
So I guess would there be,
especially there are members who aren't even present tonight.
is that a friendly amendment to whoever made the passage to also refer it back to rules and policy to talk about that issue?
Yes, thank you so much for helping my executive function.
I accept that friendly amendment for sure.
Great.
Good with that? You seconded it, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I seconded and I'm good with that.
Okay. So any further discussion on passing this as amended tonight and passing it as amended tonight and then sending it back to work on section 4 and incorporating how to keep track or check in on ad hoc committees? Okay, seeing none, roll call please, Cassie.
Okay. Share. All right, back to the top. Mary Shara.
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
No.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you, Member Davis, for leading that this evening.
Member Gazy would be so proud.
Yes.
Gold star.
Okay, this brings us down to H, which is vote on Special Education Stabilization Fund, under Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 13E. And I will sort of introduce this. So increasing needs and costs associated with special education are, something that we've talked about, I think, for years, but have been a major concern that we've heard about a lot this year. And so to create more recurring, stable revenue for special education and to help with unexpected and unbudgeted needs during the year, I'm recommending the creation of a Special Education Stabilization Fund, as I said, under Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 13E. Additionally, this will hopefully relieve some pressure on the School Choice Fund so that it can start to build back up. So under this state provision, a majority vote of both the school committee and the city council is needed to create this Special Education Stabilization Fund. Once established, a majority vote of both bodies is needed to appropriate funds from it for annual unbudgeted or unanticipated out-of-district or extraordinary costs associated with special education. I've requested approval from the city council to seed the stabilization fund with $800,000 from the undesignated fund balance. This will allow the possibility of growth from interest in the fund in FY25 and for an annual appropriation into the fund beginning in FY26 up to the amount of the prior year's Medicaid reimbursement, which has been around $200,000 for the last 2 years, plus any turnbacks from MPS to the city. And this special education fund will provide additional investment in special ed, so additional annual investment, plus the ability to assist with unexpected expenses with oversight instead of one-time infusions of funds that lead to larger deficits. So the first annual appropriation of $200,528 is built into the amended budget that is before the city council right now. So pending the school committee's vote to create this fund and appropriate those funds, the $200,528. And it's also pending the city council creating it, seating it, and appropriating those, that $200,528. So that is the proposal. I think there's been some question about whether you can do an annual appropriation from it, and you can. So this fund allows expenditures for unanticipated or unbudgeted special education costs. So for the annual appropriation use, we are using the unbudgeted portion of the expenditure allowance. If the fund is established, then the school committee may vote a budget which includes the amount to be taken from the stabilization fund up to the amount received in Medicaid reimbursement from the prior year. So for this year, this amount is actually from FY '23 because that is closed. And so next year would be from FY '24. And that would be to cover special education costs that are not budgeted for. It would then be built into the city budget. And then the second type of appropriation from the fund are the unanticipated things that may come up after the budget has been set. So mid-year unanticipated costs, which we heard tonight do happen. And these are have not been in the budget, as Member Stein noted. We do, make transfers through things, but this would be an additional source of funding for those unanticipated, and then an additional around $200,000 per year for special ed that would be that had not previously been available. So, and we have double-checked this. We've confirmed this with our outside auditor, Scanlon Associates, and this is an acceptable use to do the annual appropriation. Is in conformance with the law, and also is similar to how other communities have used the special education fund. So for an annual appropriation, and then a mid-year unexpected cost to then do an additional appropriation. And I think I've covered everything. You'll let me know if I haven't. Member Stein.
Thank you for the presentation.
We need a motion to discuss. We need a motion to discuss, or is that? I was thinking it's a vote. But
Well, since it's just the topic, the potential vote, right? So we can make the
okay.
motion after, yeah. So I just want to focus on a few things, right? So this is for unanticipated and unbudgeted costs. So we have a budget that's going to be the budgeted costs. This isn't for that. And I had a lovely conversation. This is the most amazing experience I've ever had with government, ever, okay? So I called Jay Sullivan, who's the Associate Commissioner for School Finance and District Support Center for DESI. And he wrote the advisory for DESI on how these funds are supposed to be used. And I called him to ask about this unbudgeted piece and unanticipated piece, and he was on vacation, so I got this bounce back.
He's on a cruise.
And I wrote to whoever else, like, can you help me? And Jay calls me from the cruise. And we had a lovely conversation. It was unbelievable that he called me. So what he explained to me was that these are for costs that are unanticipated and unbudgeted, so not for annual appropriations. He did say that the DOR will not step in to stop you. But the purpose of the fund is to address things that you didn't foresee, like these transfers, or the one time I've seen this in our district has been when we had a student whose parents lived out of state, their last known address was Northampton, they were in a different district but needed a private placement, and we got the bill for the private placement. That was the one time where I saw that, and I believe we handled it with an internal transfer. So I guess what Jay explained to me was essentially if you do use it for unbudgeted costs on a recurring basis, what you have to do is find warrants for that amount of money each, and then the school committee has to vote for the warrants after the appropriation is made for that amount. Then the city council has to vote for the appropriate. My point is, if you're gonna give us $200,000 for this, just put it in the budget, save the paperwork and the time. It's reimbursements for services provided by the school, and it could just be added to the operating budget rather than having us all find $200,058 worth of warrants that we can then all individually pass as a school committee, and then have the city council individually pass in order to expense. But it's not really the point of the fund, right? So I'm also worried about locking up that much money in it when we haven't heard an accounting of how much we face in unanticipated costs a year. are we talking about 60 grand a year? Are we talking about 50? Like, are we gonna lock up $800,000 and then use 200 for operations when we might face a little bit that we're then gonna just transfer internally anyway, rather than draw on that fund? So I'm just concerned about it. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, given the needs that we've been talking about for use of that $800,000. I'm a huge proponent of setting up one of these funds. Josh Dixon had suggested this a few years ago. We talked about trying to seed it with tailings at that time and kind of got stalled out. It's a good idea. It just, I don't understand why we're trying to make it operational too. So yeah, I don't quite understand the amount. Obviously, we don't vote on the amount. We're just voting on setting it up and then appropriating that amount if the city council gives it to us. But I don't know why we're going to put ourselves through this for recurring operating money, even if the DOR is not going to step in and say we can't. It's really just for unanticipated, unbudgeted costs, not for giving it an annual appropriation to the budget to help offset our special education costs. And the last thing I'll say is that once you have, say we have a student that moves into the district this summer, turns out they need additional services that we did not budget for. As our interviewee said, you know, sometimes we're not going to have the grids align, we're going to have to hire out, this all happens, that's unbudgeted. Once you have it for 1 year, it's no longer unbudgeted. You're supposed to budget for it. So the idea that we're going to just use recurring money for this stuff, it just doesn't make any sense for a practice. I'll leave it there.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, I before the presentation even, actually, I have written a few questions down. One was how much, and obviously in a range, might we expect in terms of extraordinary special education expenses a year? Obviously, you know, you could have a student move in and it's $20,000. You could have 3 students move in and it's $300,000. So it's, you know, there's a range there, but I'm just curious if there's any sense of an average, if we can. So that's probably a question more for Josh, is my guess. And then the question for the mayor is, I'm curious why a special education stabilization fund rather than an education stabilization fund generally. Is that a thing that other communities do? And then I also wrote down, I see that the expenditure can be no more than the expenditure for the annual appropriation, if it's allowed, can be no more than the Medicaid reimbursement for the previous year. So, yeah, why not just put the Medicaid reimbursement money into the school budget in the first place? It is my question. So those last 2 questions of why a special education stabilization fund instead of a more general education, not general education, a more generalized stabilization fund for education, and then why not just put Medicaid reimbursement money into the school budget? Those 2 are for the mayor, and then the first one of the range of expenses, probably for Josh, maybe the superintendent.
So Josh is available. He is online, and I'm going to defer to him about the range of projections that, I mean, because you could have one student that's 250,000. I mean, you really don't know. So, Josh, if you could speak to that, please.
What I would say is that, so if we think about unexpected costs, really the most expensive costs are either students who have moved into the district, which may require additional staffing. So for example, this fall, and So my exact numbers may be a little bit fuzzy just because I wasn't here this fall, I was on medical leave. But I do know that we need to add a number of paraprofessionals to the elementary schools, as well as either NHS or JFK, one of the two, to support students who had moved in from out of state. And so what I recall from those discussions is that there was about 3 paraeducators, give or take. And so that would be roughly like $60,000. So, that you may be able to squeeze out of the local appropriation if you shift things around. And sometimes we lose students also over the course of the summer who may move out of state, and then we may be able to repurpose staff. On the high end, the most expensive costs are really out of district costs. And so, for example, if we had one student on the low end of tuition plus transportation, you're looking at $110,000. On the high end, one of our more expensive placements where we currently have students placed, plus transportation, is looking at $165,000 to closer to $200,000. And so that is not really something that you're going to be able to squeeze out of the local appropriation when you're looking at also the fact that we're really slim. And so we talked about that a little bit last year also around, for example, I think it must have been in July, your July meeting, or August, where we transferred money and appointed a new teacher to the high school to support additional reading services for students. So we brought a student back and were able to do that. But I think about sort of a situation where what happens if we didn't have that tuition money to transfer? And then you may be finding yourself with needing to repurpose either current staff to meet that need or hiring additional staff to meet that need. And so that feels a little dangerous, but I also have heard the commentary tonight, which I completely understand, around if there is available funding, why wouldn't you use that funding in other ways? And so I can see both sides of the equation, and so I'm happy that I'm not the one that has to sort of make that decision, for sure. But what I would say is that what I would hate to see, it's easier to plan when you know what you have than it is to sort of try to make a plan for what you don't know. And so I think the benefit of a stabilization fund is that if we had a $200,000 cost, which could happen, then at least you're not losing current staff with which to fund it or repurposing current staff with which to cover. And that is where it feels like a safety net that is helpful. And so that would be sort of my stance. I also know that the mayor's appropriation is rather large, but if you think about the fact that $200,000 only covers one student, it doesn't really stretch quite as much as it seems like it would. And so that would be sort of my general feedback on the fund.
Thanks, Josh. So why not a general? So we researched what other communities have done, and this is a mechanism provided by the state or allowed by the state that other communities have used successfully, and that will allow a regular appropriation that will be sustainable for, in perpetuity. And, that was something that we're trying to do, is figure out how to get more recurring stable revenue into the Northampton Public Schools. If we just transferred the Medicaid reimbursement without seeding the stabilization fund, then you'd have roughly the same amount of money spent this year, but you wouldn't be setting up the structure to provide additional stabilization for special education. And there wouldn't be the added benefit of being able to draw funds mid-year for expenses that came up.
Thanks, Mayor. So that it sounds like certainly that it's a fund that other communities have used, which makes sense. Are you then saying that there is no mechanism for education stabilization fund that is not specific to special education?
This is something that the state has set up or allows this. So I think you could set up another stabilization fund. You could set up a more general one, but this is something that has been used successfully by communities to help, particularly with special ed costs, which are, the costs that have been rising the most, or one of the things that we're most concerned about, and also has the most likelihood of having unforeseen costs that happen after the budget has been set for the year.
Yeah, and I hear that. I also, in a funny way, it feels like then we're a little bit setting up like mini fiscal cliffs each time. And not that I think that it's a bad idea, it's something to keep in mind as we're thinking about how we utilize it. And if there's, yeah, I don't know. At this point, I have more questions than answers, I guess is really where I'm coming from. And I really appreciated hearing from Director Dixon, so thanks so much.
Okay, thanks. Looks like Member Foster Cannon is next.
Great, thanks. It's late, so I'm going to go for as brief as I can. This is something I definitely have heard people bringing up for a few years. And you and I think it may have been winter or early spring that we talked about it as well. And Member Seraphy Cox, to your point, it was a while ago that I was looking into it and to see what other communities were doing. But I was seeing more examples of special education stabilization funds, and I was not seeing general education stabilization. And I'm not an expert on this, but that's what I was coming up with, and it makes sense, as Director Dixon spoke about. A one-time unanticipated special education expense can be quite extraordinary, and we do morally, ethically, educationally want to be able to cover those expenses and without impacting currently providing services. So this isn't something that would be, kind of used on the regular. This would be really for unanticipated extraordinary expenses. And I'm really glad to see it. I think that having an opportunity to, be able to cover those expenses is really significant and really important. And I definitely will be supporting the establishment of the fund. I also, will take a moment to urge the City Council to vote to seed the fund, because otherwise it's jeopardizing some significant funding for the schools that could be in place for July 1st. And then a question I have, actually, and maybe this is just more of a thought, I don't know that we need to answer this red hot minute, but something I've been thinking about is a vote for an expenditure from a special education stabilization fund would be coming from two bodies. It would be coming from school committee as well as City Council. And it's actually for me more about protecting privacy. If we're voting to use funding from the stabilization fund, we're potentially looking at two public meetings. And so I'm curious if you know yet, or maybe this is the conversation we have before we use the fund, how we have that discussion in a way that we're not, I don't know if that's executive session or what our mechanisms may be to be able to have these conversations without exposing somebody's, disability or need, and as well as what that costs the district, because that's really not healthy for anyone.
Thank you, that's good. First, I was remiss, I think I noted this at City Council, and I didn't note this today, but I want to thank you, Member Foster Cannon, when you were City Councilor, as someone who brought this idea forward. So sorry that I didn't credit you for that. I know you weren't seeking credit. I know you weren't fishing, but thank you for reminding me of that. And I'm curious if Josh has any insight on how to protect that information. But it's something that I remember having a discussion about how we would do it and whether we would just speak in very, very general terms. And then if further information was needed, then we'd have to see if it would qualify for executive session or we would provide information, again, without divulging any identities to counselors or school committee members who had questions.
So what I would say is that this is true for budget transfers as well. That typically I speak in very general terms, and I always sort of give the disclaimer around that I can't provide a lot of information. So it would be something along the lines of that our projected tuition costs have increased by this amount of money, and currently we're only able to cover this amount with the current appropriation, and so we're seeking, a one-time, et cetera, of however much we anticipate, and that would be sort of the extent of what we would provide. So that way it would protect the individual students' privacy, and of course the superintendent and business manager would have more information. But in terms of sort of a public forum, that would be about the extent. And I guess the other thing that I would say, which I think I've talked about this before, originally when I did the presentation on the stabilization fund, but I do think it's important just to sort of highlight again that it would be a cost that we would budget the following fiscal year. And so the only benefit of the stabilization fund is it doesn't impact this current year. And so, for example, if we had a student move in, we'd have to sort of forward think for FY26 around how we would fund that on a regular basis, but it would prevent any shifts in current staffing for FY25. And so that is, I think, the safety net aspect of that can be helpful, but it certainly wouldn't be something where we would want to be pulling the same amount of money on an ongoing basis, because then we would end up in a really, similar to what Member Sarah Peacock said, a sort of mini fiscal cliff that we'd be creating for ourselves, and that would not be the right direction to move in.
You're all set? Member LaBounty.
Thank you. So, we've heard two student services directors say this is something valuable. It's an important thing to add some safety to the district. So it seems to make a lot of sense to me. And I know we're voting on the idea of the establishment. But I did just have a question about the amount of the seating, and was that particular number because the money will then bear interest and there'll be something, or I was just wondering about why those particular dollars.
Sure. Yes, so that it is, I'm trying to find where the wording is. It can, hold on, here it is. Under the statute, the balance in the fund cannot exceed 2% of annual actual net school spending of the district. So this amount is, would be enough to seed it to a pretty, not to the ceiling, but enough so that it could grow interest over that year and not lose that interest, which would then have to go into the general fund, and would be able to have, to do the appropriation for the next year and be able to have, gain interest in any tailings and have the appropriation for FY26 of the Medicaid reimbursement from 24 go into it.
Thank you.
Welcome. Member Agna.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak from two perspectives. One is a former building principal, and I relate to what Josh said, that the disruption that's caused and the shifting and the reallocating and moving staff around, and basically the high anxiety that buildings experience, and when a student requires that kind of out of district or a large amount. And I think for me, as a former building principal, it was ethically really difficult because we were in a position of not wanting students to move in and sort of hedging whether students would move in and what we were going to do if they did. And I think this will really relieve a lot of the stress on the buildings as far as how they can allocate staff and support students and/or think about cost centers and how much money they might have to spend in supporting students who need some extra stuff. And the other thing was I did check with member Gazy, who is away, and she is a grandmother and also a mother of students who had, or children who've had special needs. And she is also the liaison to the SPED PAC, and I said, what is your thinking? She right away said that she would recommend that we have a fund like this. And also, I did check in with a couple of members of the SPED PAC as well, and I think for them, it meant that they wouldn't have that sort of stigma on them in that the system is valuing their children and not seeing them as a burden on the system. And so they were very much in favor of it. One of the people said that she understood how challenging that might be for those of us who worry about money, and we're in a situation about that. But I think the concept for that person was absolutely, we need to have something like this. So I felt really affirmed by those conversations, as well as my own thinking about what this could do for the building principals working with the SPED director and how to support students and not decimate cost centers, but also provide really a good opportunity or option for those students who have these great needs. So I'm definitely in support of this.
Member Miller.
So I have sort of a question for Director Dixon, but also a question about whether this stabilization fund would also assist with things that occur late in a school year. So if it's for the following year, what if something happens late in the year? So my question for Director Dixon is, could you tell all of us what's one of the most expensive out-of-district placements you've had to deal with?
So locally, the most expensive out-of-district placement is that we currently have students placed is the May Center in West Springfield.
Okay. And what was the total of that?
About 126,000, somewhere in the 126 to $130,000 range, not including transportation.
Right, that's the other thing.
So, as a out of district therapist and psychologist, I'm fully aware of out of district placements that were at quite a distance from Northampton that would require not only transportation, but tuition or whatever you call it for the cost of those out-of-district placements. And I could see this happening late in the school year or something unexpected. That's very expensive. That costs quite a lot of money. And I think that also to protect the reputation of the district, I have heard of out-of-district people hearing things like Northampton doesn't fund all of their special needs costs, and some of it is out-of-district placement. So I just think it's really important to have a fund like this to take care of those kids that need something very costly that we can't provide.
Anyone who hasn't spoken? Member Stein?
Thanks. Just a couple of points. So if my math's correct, 2% of our net school spending this past year would be $893,912,760. So we're talking about initially seeing this with almost the max. And to go from nothing to the max in a year when we're actually losing special education and intervention services seems like a nice to have that we can't afford. I'm a big fan of this type of fund. I think it makes a lot of sense. I just don't see how we can justify tying up this much cash when we could address other special education needs with it in the short term for students that we have right now. And to me, that's what it really comes down to. The other issue I have with this is really this recurring part. So I'm not actually sure what happens with this $200,000. Are we able to budget an additional $200,000 of personnel to keep an interventionist or a para or whatever, like, or do we have to wait until we get the money and then what happens? So like, part of my question is, how do we're using it for unbudgeted costs, but if we know we're getting it, why aren't we budgeting it to keep staff? And if we are budgeting it to keep staff, then it's not unbudgeted costs because we're quite literally budgeting for it. So it's this like bizarre cycle here. And then just practically speaking, it's a lot of work to just get money we could just have in the operating budget. It's a lot of meeting time and a lot of creation of warrants and privacy concerns and everything else that seems unnecessary because it's not recurring going into the fund. It's just being passed through the fund as operating money. So if you're going to give us $200,000 a year towards our special education expenses, not towards unbudgeted, actually unbudgeted or unexpected, then why are we doing it this way? Because you'll just have a $600,000 balance, and then anytime you draw it down, there's less money and less money and less money and less money. It doesn't grow except for some small interest. But to me, I don't understand the structure. Like, I could see if it was, we're going to seed it with some percentage of what we on average have for unexpected costs, and then say we're going to put a quarter of the Medicaid spending into that account every year and grow the balance, or some other mechanism. But like, to use it as a pass-through for operating, I don't get, because nothing is going to grow in that fund without additional appropriations to it. Right?
So every year, the previous year's Medicaid reimbursement will be added to the fund. And then that's what would come out. So it'll also grow by interest.
Right, but what you're saying is you're just going to get that money, not you're going to only get it if you have unbudgeted and unanticipated costs that you're going to bill for it.
It would be built into the budget, so the school committee
So
would.
it's budgeted.
The budget.
So it's budgeted. It's not unbudgeted, so you're going to spend it all. Right? Like, I can't be the only one that sees it.
We've been told that we can add this as an annual appropriation for unbudgeted costs that the school district will have for special education costs. And then additional appropriations can happen during the year.
And then you'll give it to us for budgeted costs.
It will be, the school committee will vote on it, and then it will be voted on by the city council.
Right. So it will be for budgeted costs. So the question still remains, can we use $200,000 to keep more staff, or is the plan to already use that $200,000 to keep more staff? What is happening with the $200,000 that we're being asked to say we want to appropriate to
It's been built into, yeah.
So it's budgeted.
Member Stein, we, at the presentation that was on Monday, we built that into
Okay,
the 8%
great.
budget to help bring back staff.
So how is it unbudgeted?
We have to vote to extend, sorry to interrupt, but that's our rules, right? I make a motion that we extend our meeting until, there's a lot left. Midnight?
Second.
Motion made by member Agnes, seconded by member Stein. Any discussion on suspension of rules. I assume none of these hands are for suspension of rules. Questions? Roll call, please.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
The point I'm at with the question is, if we're budgeting this money, and then we're saying it's unbudgeted, I don't understand how we reconcile those two things. And then the other point is, if you're always going to budget the money that's going into this, it will never grow, especially if you take anything out. So it maybe, say it gets, I don't know, if we're lucky and it keeps getting 5% interest or something, you take out 50 grand once, you're evaporating all that in, like, I don't understand like how we're going to use it, and then what's going to distinguish when we do a transfer internally versus when we go to this fund. Like, I'm having a real hard part with this $200,000 pass-through, and it seems like a complete pain versus just adding that to the budget. That we're already budgeting with the money in mind, so why make us have two special meetings or add it to meetings where are we gonna get warrants that say we're gonna pay for these 3 positions that we've budgeted with this money, and we pass them, and then the city council passes them? Like, I don't understand procedurally how that works.
Bobby, is your hand raised too? Can you, could you make Bobby,
Yep, I got it.
got it.
Yeah, to that point, Member Stein, I just want to say that it's much like the circuit breaker money, that the Medicaid money comes in each year. And so we would know what we could have to use. So it's not like I'm not even sure if I'm gonna make much sense here, but you're using Medicaid money. Many schools don't realize the benefit of that. Even though the schools do the work for it, the cities and towns get to take it as part of their revenue stream. So this is a revenue stream that the city, I believe, is affording us to be used much like the circuit breaker, so that we have an annual reliable cost that we can use.
Right, so I hear what you're saying, but to push your analogy further, we don't create a fund to pass the circuit breaker through. We just build it into our budget based on what we know we're getting as a reimbursement from the previous year. So if we're going to treat it the same way, we would just say, now we're going to dedicate that money to your budget, and you just build it in and bill against. You wouldn't pass it through a fund. So
Right, but I think the difference is that, well, and I suppose circuit breaker is the same thing, it's dedicated to special education.
right, it's the same thing. So, and I still don't understand why the city could say, we give you $30 million a year or whatever. 200,000 of that's Medicaid. It's not as if, it's a pot of money, right, in the general fund that you get a reimbursement from. It's just like we're picking it out to say this is how it's going to go. The circuit breaker we get because it's tied to the district, so it comes in a specific way. But like, to me, it's like, why are we going to put ourselves through this administrative hassle? Like, you've just given us the perfect example. Just add it to the operation budget, treat it like the circuit breaker, and just budget for it every year. And that's on top of whatever the appropriation is, you know?
Except for the only thing in my past experience is that the towns or cities or whomever regional districts, you do not have to give that money. That is for the city to realize the revenue.
Right, so this is revenue that now would be directed towards the schools, and it has the additional benefit that you'd be able to draw funds mid-year at any time during the year for other expenses.
But the seeding money is not coming from Medicare. The money you'd be drawing mid-year would be just from free cash.
Right, and then it would grow by interest and also tailings. Whatever tailings are getting turned back to the city, which are they vary. They're not, most of the schools keep most of their tailings, but there's some amount of tailings.
But you could do all that without passing through the budgeted money from the Medicaid reimbursement.
We wouldn't be able to do a mid-year appropriation.
From the free cash you can, because you're getting the money right away in July that you're saying
So
is
free
the
cash is frozen from July 1st till November.
Right, but we're going to get our appropriation, we can carry that cost till November and then ask for the reimbursement. You know, we have enough money to cover $100,000 or whatever for 4 or 5 months. It's not like it's a problem. You have enough working capital to do that at the school side. I have a really hard time understanding why we're going to go the Medicare route with this, and not treat it like the city could just say, we're going to give you this Medicare money. We've decided we're not going to hold on to it and keep it. You can have it and you can budget for it in exactly the same way you budget your reimbursement for circuit breaker. And then we just add it to the budget. And then you can put whatever you want into the stabilization fund and you can draw it down as appropriate. Because we can't access that money for 6 months in either case because you've already budgeted the 200. So it's like,
No, so the stabilization fund will be seated with that money and it'll be available. It'll no longer be free cash. It will be
Right.
appropriated to the stabilization fund. You can access it at any time.
okay, so what I'm saying is even if you don't do the Medicare piece, that's still possible.
Not if it's free cash.
Right, but if we seed the fund with that money, then it can be used for unexpected and unbudgeted expenses. You just take the whole Medicaid care situation out of it because it's unrelated. It's just budgeted costs.
So free cash changes every year. It's not a stable recurring amount of money. This is something that we learned here last year when we tried to budget 600,000 of it and it came back as like 200,000. So that is an ever-changing cost. So this would create a fund that would provide a stable amount that would be in there you could take out the same amount that goes in and would provide that sort of stability for the schools.
I'll try one more time. If you set up a fund that's supposed to be for unbudgeted and unexpected costs, and then seed it with recurring money that is just budgeted money, you don't have access to additional funds on top of what the free cash appropriation was in interest and tailings to use for any other purpose. So it's not an ongoing, it would be different if you said, we're going to seed this with Medicare reimbursement up until the point of 2% net school spending, and we're going to top it up every year. Yes, that would be a recurring model to have a topped up special education stabilization fund. But if you're just going to use that Medicare reimbursement for budgeted operational costs, that's not money you actually have to pay for unanticipated, unbudgeted expenses. All you have is the initial free cash that was put into the account, any residual interest, and any tailings that are added. And you have that regardless if you pass the Medicare money through it. So it's easier if you just give the Medicare money to the operation budget that it's already going to be budgeted for, than have the whole thing run through a fund that's supposed to be for other purposes. Because there's nothing that's popping it up every year, because you're just budgeting that 200,000.
So the tailings and the interest will be added every year.
Right, and you can draw from that, but you don't have to put the Medicare through it. Because what does that do for the fund?
Thank you for sharing your opinion on this.
You're welcome.
Member Foster Cannon.
Yeah, that got fairly obfuscated in the conversation. But what I'm seeing here is a creative approach to balancing both our present needs and the long-term fiscal stability that we need in order to sustain the schools. And so, yeah, it would be great if we had access to all of that money right now because we are facing a very painful situation. But if we use it all right now, we're going to be facing the same painful and actually even more painful situation next year. So it's a creative solution, a creative budgeting solution, and we've been talking in this body about the need to do something because we have to do something so that our schools have some long-term fiscal stability. So that's what we're talking about, and we're talking about a special education stability fund that can help to provide one small piece of this puzzle. And I applaud the creative solution to it, and actually I raised my hand a while ago because I wanted to go ahead and move approval.
Motion's been made by Member Foster Cannon, seconded by Member Agna. Further discussion, Member Seraphy Cox?
Yeah, I support the establishment of this fund. I had, I think, 3-4 years ago, I had emailed Josh Dixon about it. Maybe it wasn't 3 or 4 years ago, but I saw it and I immediately thought of us. So I absolutely support the fund. I think that the piece about annual, taking money out of the fund annually for the budget is too confusing for me right now. So I'm wondering if we can take that part out of the motion and have it be just the unanticipated funds and not have the expectation of taking money out of it for the budget every year, because that piece I don't see any information in the documents we were given about what guidelines there are about what that money can be used for on an annual basis, that sort of thing. So I just need a lot more information about that piece of it. Establishing the fund itself, I'm good with, but I'm wondering if, was it Member Agna that had made the motion, if she would consider a friendly amendment to consider the annual appropriation piece later.
I don't know if that is possible at this point. I think that complicates it as far as going to city council as well. So I'm feeling a little stuck on whether that is something I can accept right now, because I think it might make it more difficult to put this forward. And I agree with Member Foster Cannon that this is something that we've been hoping to do, to really provide some stable funding for our schools. So I guess I have to say no. Sorry.
Just a point of information, the motion's just for H, right? So H and I are separate.
Yes,
right?
there should be two motions. There should be one to establish the fund and then one to vote to appropriate the 200 and 528.
I didn't know if that answered Member Seraphy Cox's objection or not.
Well, it's my understanding that we cannot move to appropriate because there's no money in the fund to begin with.
Right.
So it's only one motion because the second motion is impossible.
Right.
Okay.
So the one motion is still valid. It is to establish. Correct?
Sure. So you've moved to accept. Hold on, there's language for it.
Let's say the language. I had it here. Just a second.
To accept, so the school committee has to accept Chapter 40, Section 13E
Yes.
of Mass General Laws, and then hereby authorizes the creation of a special purpose stabilization fund called the Northampton Public Schools Special Stabilization.
Have that?
The motion is in your packet.
Sorry.
It is in my packet.
I'll go to
I had
the
it on my
table.
phone too, and I was just trying to find it. Yes. Okay. You want me to repeat that, Cassie?
No, I'll go to the tape for it, if that's okay with you.
Well, I don't know that I said the whole thing, so the motion is to accept Chapter 40. I move that the school committee accept Chapter 40, 13E of the Mass General Laws, and pursuant to the statute, vote to establish the creation of a special purpose stabilization fund called the Northampton Public Schools Special Education Stabilization Fund with funding and spending appropriations to be made per the following guidelines, which are laid out here. Do I need to read all of those? Or can we just, they were in the packet, it was in the packet.
You have to read it.
Okay. Policy guidelines.
Seen them.
Annual transfers into the NPS Special Education Stabilization Fund will be funded by the amount of the prior year's Medicaid reimbursement received by the city and any turnbacks from the NPS to the city through an order to the Northampton City Council filed by the mayor. Annual expenditures will be no more than the prior year's Medicaid reimbursement amount. Any additional expenditure must be unanticipated and extraordinary and in an amount that added to the annual appropriation will not exceed $350,000 in one fiscal year. Expenditures must be voted by the school committee, Northampton School Committee and Northampton City Council as recommended by the mayor. If the balance in the NPS Special Education Stabilization Fund reaches the statutory cap of 2% of NSS, the Medicaid reimbursement or turnbacks from NPS above the maximum will remain in the general fund. Per the statute, all interest earned on the balance in the stabilization fund remains with the stabilization fund. Then,
Did you say that this also has to be pursuant to
yeah, it said that.
Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
I missed it. Okay.
Yep. That's one motion. That was my
That is to
motion.
establish.
Yes.
Can I say one really short thing?
Sure.
I'm particularly moved by, I guess, three things. One is we're doing something. And it's creative and it seems smart to me. And in addition, if the CPAC families and Director Dixon, these are people that I see as experts on stuff, see it as something helpful and important, then that's compelling to me. So I certainly support this. That's all I have to say.
Okay, last comments, Member Stein?
I just want to point out that the conversation, at least on the CPAC listserv, has been pretty diverse, and a lot of the members are expressing the desire for the money that would be seeded into this to be used to serve current students and current needs.
Yep, there are some. I said it's not everybody.
Yeah, I guess.
Yep.
So there's a diversity of opinion on it.
Right. And they didn't take a vote to
Yep.
endorse it or anything. It was just people I spoke to.
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Seraphy Cox?
No.
Member Stein?
No.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Tavis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon?
Yes. Okay, thank you. And then the next, sorry, I've lost my agenda. So that was H, so then I is voting to use $200,528 out of the Special Education Stabilization Fund for FY25, contingent on the city council voting to establish seating it, and also voting for to appropriate those
Want me to say that?
Well,
Somebody say that.
if anyone wants to make a motion, they may.
Would you like to?
I don't know if anyone has. Sure. Good thing I printed that out.
I move that the Northampton School Committee vote to authorize the appropriation of $200,528 from the Northampton Public Schools Special Education Stabilization Fund, established pursuant to Chapter 40, Section 13E of the Mass General Laws. Funds to be included as part of the FY 2025 annual Northampton Public School budget to cover special education costs in FY 2025. Said appropriation to be used in conformance with the statute and policy guidelines.
So there was a motion made by Member Foster Cannon,
Seconded.
seconded by Member Agna. Discussion, Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, I'm curious what the last year's Medicaid reimbursement amount was that the city received.
So it's $200,528.
Exactly. So we're appropriating exactly what.
That was the Medicaid reimbursement. So this is 23 because 24 is not closed out.
Right,
But,
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. And the amount in total for a year is $350,000. Forgive me, how would that additional, say, about 100,000, how would that be allocated if the annual expenditures can't be more than whatever we received in Medicaid reimbursement the previous year?
So Medicaid reimbursement changes. It's roughly been about $200,000. And again, this fund will grow by tailings and interest. So there will be additional money in it. And it's being seated at almost, close to the top.
No, but my question is, if we can't take out more than the previous year's Medicaid reimbursement, all of which went into the fund, how could we ever?
So you can take out up to 350 in a fiscal year.
But it says annual expenditures will be no more than the previous year's Medicaid reimbursement. So annually, we can't.
So the annual
if the Medicaid
appropriation
reimbursement is less than $350,000, we can't ever reach that 350,000, or be above what was put in the previous year.
So what Member Agner read before said, any additional expenditure, so an additional on top of the Medicaid reimbursement, prior year's Medicaid reimbursement, must be anticipated an extraordinary amount added to the annual appropriation will not exceed 350 in one fiscal year.
I've read this paragraph like 5 times over the last, whenever we received it earlier in the week, or on Friday. Maybe I've read it more than 5 times, and I feel like I understand it differently every time I read it, which it doesn't feel clear. And I guess those were the concerns that I raised on the last vote. I mean, obviously, I want more money in our budget this year, but I remain confused. So I hope that language can be further clarified, because it's still confusing.
Okay. Member Foster Cannon, you next.
Thanks. Yeah, it's actually more just a process question. I've not seen a vote contingent on another vote before, but so this would go into effect.
If all the pieces
come together.
Yes.
Okay. Which we talked at Monday's Budget and Property Subcommittee meeting about the impacts if they don't. It'd be a significant amount of money for the schools. So all the pieces come together, then this vote will take effect contingent on everything else that happened. I just needed maybe to say that out loud to make sure I really got it. Thanks.
Okay, Member Stein.
I'm just wondering what say this gets approved by the city council, this amount gets appropriated. In August, do we vote on warrants for the 200,005 whatever, and then the city council votes on it? Like, what's the process for? What I understood from what Jay Sullivan told me is that we actually have to take votes every time we take money out of this. So for that money that you're appropriating to us, because you're putting it in the stabilization fund, the school committee has to specifically vote on warrants in that amount, and then the city council will have to vote on warrants in that amount before we can have the money. It's treated exactly like it would be if we had a unexpected cost, and we got a bill, and then Josh wrote it up like a transfer and said, we need $20,000. We'd pass it, then it goes to the city council, they pass it, then they release the funds to us. So like between now and if this gets done, what is the plan to actually access that money for us?
So that this vote wouldn't do what you're talking about?
It's just putting the money into the stabilization fund. We procedurally have to each take actions anytime we want to take it out.
Oh, okay, because it says use it out of the fund, which I thought meant doing what, but that's not the same.
I'll get a clarification on that. That's not my understanding.
Okay.
This is like every time the city does an order for any of the stabilization funds, it's voted on individually for a purpose. And this is no different. The only difference here is there's two bodies involved. So just like setting it up, we have to pass what we're going to use it for. And then it gives the city actually control. If they disagree with us, they could say no. City council will vote on it, and then they give us the money. So this is why I was saying before, we need some caution around running this money through there, because that's likely what we're going to have to do.
So we're voting to appropriate it now, and the council would be voting to appropriate it later this month. And my understanding is that's what needs to be done for this annual appropriation. As I said, I will confirm. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Kathy.
Let's see, Member Foster Cannon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
No.
Member Miller, Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay, thank you. How's everybody doing? Anyone, oh, sorry, anyone need a quick recess? I know we're,
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
okay.
All right,
let's
I'm calling
do-
Uncle.
Let's do a type 5. So 11:20, no, just change 11:28.
And then we have
Then we have to talk.
Okay, we are back and we are at new business J, request from superintendent to roll over 15 vacation days into the next fiscal year.
I'm sorry to ask this.
Okay.
Big time. Did we need to take a vote on where we just were?
Didn't we vote?
We did.
We did.
And you took.
Oh, right. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm losing my mind.
Right, we voted on I, right? Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, request, and Dr. Bonner, were you gonna say anything about this? Lost my online agenda.
So it's pretty straightforward. My contract reads that I can roll over naturally 10 days, but I have a total of 15 days remaining. There's no way that I can take that between now and the end of June.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve the request of the superintendent to roll over 15 vacation days into the next fiscal year.
I'll second. Oh, go ahead.
Motion's made by member Agna, seconded by member Davis, yes? Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Mayor Karen Foster Cannon, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. K, vote to remand and update COVID-19, I don't know if it's me or the words.
It's the word.
Okay.
It's to remand an update of.
Oh, of COVID-19 protocols, COVID protocols in compliance with CDC and DESI to the Rules and Policy Committee. And then these are all of the links are refer to CDC and DESI's and the.
And then some of them are our policies, especially the last one.
Right.
And then the other one, MOA.
Okay, EBCFA. Okay. Motion, discussion.
Make a motion to remand and update the COVID protocols in compliance with CDC and DESI to the Rules and Policy Committee. Is that enough?
I think so. Motion's made by member Agnes, seconded by
I'll second.
member LaBounty. Discussion? Okay.
Let things go.
If there's no discussion, then just checking,
Vote.
remember Seraphy Cox? Roll call, please.
Where are we? Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Okay. Now we are moving on to reports and recommendations. And first up, we have, for superintendent report, we have the entry plan and findings and summative evaluation. But before we do that, member Agna, did you, sorry if I just jumped the gun on you. Did you want to do your superintendent evaluation subcommittee report that will inform sort of where we are in this process?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay. The Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee has met and will be meeting again on June 24th to hopefully begin to collate the results of the questionnaire that we are going to be going live with tomorrow, now that we have the updated report of entry findings and the evidence from Dr. Bonner. So I believe we don't have to share that questionnaire again because it will be loaded on that same questionnaire, correct, Cassie?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. And you can let me know if I have to do it again.
Okay.
But we did work together on developing the questionnaire based on the template that was provided to us from Hampshire Regional, and it was a standard DESI one. And our plan is to, again, look at the questionnaires results as well as any input that has come from our community. I have submitted to the newsletter that will go out tomorrow from the superintendent's office the following: among the responsibilities of the school committee is hiring and evaluating the superintendent. We are in the process of reviewing Dr. Bonner's goals and evidence toward meeting them. We welcome input from you. This is going out to caregivers. This is a confidential process. No names will be attached to comments. You may email Gwen Agna, chair of the superintendent evaluation subcommittee, with my address, or send written comments to me by care of the Northampton Public Schools. And so we will be working on putting this together at our next meeting, as well as possibly having to meet in July, unfortunately, and with the plan to come to you at our meeting in August with a report and on the evaluation for Dr. Bonner for her first year as our superintendent. And I think that's it.
Okay, thank you for kind of getting us up to speed on where we are in the process. And Dr. Bonner, you're presenting.
Okay, I'm going to be very, very brief. So you have a document before you on the table, which is the actual report of entry findings. So very briefly, as I complete my first year in the district, it is my privilege to provide the MPS community with this report of findings. These findings are a result of classroom observations, conversations with stakeholder groups, analysis of a select range of data. So my findings are organized into 8 categories, and you're going to read this at your own leisure. Governance, one is governance, leadership, and administration. The second is district vision, mission, and core values. The third is student performance. The fourth is curriculum instruction and assessment. The fifth area is professional development. The sixth area is school/district culture. The seventh area is family and community partnership, and the last is fiscal health. This work has helped me to inform decision-making and contributed to the work of is contributing to the work of the strategic planning. Again, please read this report at your leisure, and it is actually will be made accessible to our community of learners in tomorrow's newsletter that should be going out at the end of the day.
Great.
It will be a link, and eventually it will get on the website, but it is also in my final summative assessment. So I'm going to take you through that. This was sent out by member Agna, I believe. And so everyone should have viewing access to my final summative assessment. And I'm going to quickly go through this just to remind you of the 3 goals and the areas of the indicators that were selected. So the first goal was the effective entry and direction setting. And so that was part of doing the entry plan. I had a timeline, if you remember or recall that at the beginning. And so that plan is complete. And again, as I said, you have a hard copy. Member Seraphy Cox, I will send you a hard copy as well. And so, but right now you have an electronic copy. And so you will see the highlighted blues are the links. They'll take you right to the plan. So there are benchmarks for this first goal, entry plan, and so on, in terms of my findings and structure. So the first piece was the entry plan timeline that was done way back in September, and I gave you an update in February. Conducted a survey of stakeholders to assist with identifying goals and priorities of the school district. As you all are aware, we conducted a survey for the strategic planning, and of course it lists in terms of how many people responded and by their stakeholder groups. The strategic plan itself, a little bit of update. You've heard this language before. It was in one of my newsletters and it's updated, but we had identified 4 problems, and this is the leadership team working together along with the planning team. Those 4 problems are listed right there for you, and you can review them. So again, a reminder of the purpose of why we're doing the strategic planning and what we hope to gain from the process itself. So that is listed there for you. Right, the fourth benchmark, administrators participated in professional learning around restorative practices and social emotional learning. So I shared with you that we were reading the little book series of restorative justice in education. We did complete that. And in the evidence finding, you will see some of the questions that stoked the conversations around our reading. Number 5, the fifth benchmark in terms of our SEL programs, K through 8. If you recall, there was 2 sessions that our principals presented during the curriculum subcommittee meeting about the programs that are currently being run in their schools that pertain to social emotional learning that follows the principles of Castle's SEL. Let's see. Number 6, updating select policies and code of conduct to include anti-bias and anti-racist language and practice. The first half of the school year, working with the ALT team and also our council and policy and rules subcommittee, we updated the implementation plan to prevent bullying, and which you all know that was probably the biggest thing that we had to put together immediately at the beginning of the school year. And we just reviewed it last time we were together. So we're keeping that alive and updated with any changes that may happen with the law. The administration continues to converse about our processes and protocols and procedures. We did do some updates to the code of conduct based upon what was presented with our policies around the non-discrimination statement, as well as the physical restraint. Those were the things that were brought forward in our policy. So those are already updated in our code of conduct. Okay, keeping with the pace. Okay, let me just. So this is still under the first goal. So we had quite a few benchmarks under the first goal. The last 2 are not as lengthy. So the 7th benchmark was equitable budget that addresses needs of learners, that provides opportunities, accessibility, and inclusion. Talked about the budget process. It shows the principles that were guiding our decision-making and planning that was shared in our timeline and has been the resource in which we've been using. And so those are listed there. And then, let's see, the SMARTY goals. So I shared with you that we use a little bit of a different model to do our school improvement plans this year. We added the IE attached to the SMART, which is just to show that we are really trying to focus on being more inclusive and equitable in our practices. And so in the link, you will you can tap into all of the school improvement plans. Okay. All right. That should hopefully finish that goal. Right? Yes. Goal 2, much faster. So goal 2 was the new superintendent induction program. So this is actually a 3-year program. So I completed the first year of that program, attended all the sessions. Matter of fact, my coach was here tonight and was hoping to see this part, but didn't happen. That's okay. It was actually a great experience to be a part of that, and a lot of networking and some support structures to help with the difficulty and challenges that come with this position. So it was really appreciative. So next year we will continue on with, again, with sessions, full day sessions and remote sessions, and I'll be in my same cohort, which is nice. And then I had already shared with you all about the Bowman and Deal 4 frames in terms of my leadership style. And that was just one of the many assessments that through this NISUP that we actually rated ourselves as to where we fall in certain domains. Okay. Goal 3. Rolling. Okay. Roll a little faster. So again, remember that as I give my little narrative to hit those links, because that has the evidence, and then there's also a grid that shows you in terms of different meetings, stakeholder groups that I met with, and some other things that are there. So goal 3 was to maintain momentum during the transition. Keep the district moving forward during this year of transition and leadership by working with principals and other district leaders to ensure that meaningful progress is made on critical district and school goals. So this year, the principals were evaluated, completed their process. All of them are proficient on the same indicators that you are scoring me on. They chose different areas as well as their goals. Most of their goals were student-focused in terms of, and then also their professional learning goal as well. Number 2, log or notes demonstrating at least 3 visits per school. So I wanted to point out that I have been visiting schools, and that will give some evidence and credence to the fact that I have been very present in schools. All right, there's some sample notes of summary of my visits, not all of them. That would be a little lengthy. All right, let's see. So the last piece are the 4 indicators, and I chose different components under those 4 indicators. So standard 1 is instructional leadership. So the goal was to establish a district-wide data team, school-based, K through 8. And so I want to say that we managed to get them in the schools, still working on the high school level one, but we are not fully district-wide yet. Found out that there was a lot of things that needed to be put in place to be able to do that, but we did discuss data at a level where our alt team talked about some of that data, more so our principals as opposed to the entire alt team. Work with principals to use data to establish goals for evaluation. That was a part of the latter goal that I just talked about. Again, use data to create SMARTY goals. So some of this is repetitive due to the heading that it's under. And then the use of Open Architect, which is a new platform that we use to be able to access our data and to be able to do quick comparisons and so on. So that I provided a sample there. Evaluation indicators, so analysis of school and classroom observation data, MCAS data is in there. Kind of shared that with you in February. Analysis of student and staff feedback data, again, go back to goal 1 for that piece. Management and operation, okay, fiscal systems in collaboration with business manager, principals, and department heads, crafting a fiscally sound budget timeline and presentation, all of that is attached in there. So since the February sharing of where I was with my goals, reconstructed the budget a couple of times, reconstructed the budget based upon actually that's an 8.5% increase. Worked with NACE, and I did work with the union to change the contractual obligations of informing staff of RIF. NACE declined, and we did meet the deadline for notification, and thus the reason why the RIF letters were out on May 2nd. So standard 3, family and community engagement. You can take a look at some of the stakeholders, and these are just some of the stakeholder groups that I have made connections with, and you know, most of these organizations or nonprofits or post-secondary institutions already had somewhat of a working relationship with schools, but now we are going deeper and seeing what else we can do. And then, let's see, communication indicators. So as you know, this was our first full-fledged year where the whole district used Parent Square to as the tool to communicate with families, caregivers, and so as of February, back then I told you we had, we were just trying this out, 137 posts and 2,500 direct messages. So, and at that point in time, we had about 2,600 students in district. So literally, we were like at 99.3% in terms where all the caregivers had an account on Parent Square. As of June 4th, 2024, there had been 4,400 more posts, and look at the amount of direct messaging. So it is a tool that we're using. We're still learning about it, learning its capacity. So we're excited about going into year 2, where we hopefully will be using it for report cards and all kinds of things. So we're excited about that. Monthly newsletters, as you all have been probably reading every month, so they are in there. Excuse me. Example letters for weekly updates. I know I've been a little short on your updates lately. That's because probably I feel like I just saw you. I had nothing else to say. And then let's see. So there's samples there. All right, the last indicator, cultural proficiency. So again, that piece there, putting in the bullying prevention plan, as you see there. Talked a little bit more about the PLC that we had with the principals, the restorative practice piece. But as I've been sharing with you all, we just finished a 6-day long training for restorative practices from Tier 1 all the way to Tier 3. And we are excited as to what that's going to look like for us as we roll that out into the individual schools. The first year of implementation is really just kind of grasping an understanding of what restorative practices are. It's not just focusing on discipline, but it's really about changing or shifting the culture and looking at repairing the harm in which that could be done when there is conflict. So it was really a really good training, I have to admit. So there's some other listings of some other things that we're doing that falls under SEL and restorative practices. They really go hand in hand. Let's see. And the rest you all can read. And if you have, if there's something that's missing that you wanted to ask me, feel free to do that. That pertains to this document. Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry we're so late when you were getting to this point. So I don't know if members have any questions. These would be questions about the goals. We're not deliberating or on performance or doing any evaluation tonight. So just if you have questions on what, the goals and what was just presented without being evaluative about it, let me know.
I just wanted to make sure that people knew that starting tomorrow, this will all be embedded in the questionnaire, that link, correct? And that you can begin to fill out the questionnaire that was developed to help us in writing the evaluation for Dr. Bonner. So I know that it's more of a constrained, compacted period of time. We'd really like to get the results on June 24th so we could begin the process.
And that will be available on Parent Square?
No, this is a questionnaire that's for the school committee.
Oh, it's just for the school committee, I'm sorry.
On Parent Square will be an announcement that we are welcoming any comment, feedback, whatever, and to send to me.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I hate to say this.
I think we have to do this. Yes, we do. I'll make a motion to extend our meeting for another till 12:30. Is that realistic?
I'm wondering, do we, on number 11, is it possible to table those topics?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to figure out what,
school committee discussion?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
We
yeah.
certainly can move those to another meeting, yeah.
I think we really have to, because we have an executive session.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
so 12:30 unrealistic,
I just don't
12:45, say, 10 to 12:45.
know. Motion's made by member Agna, seconded by, reluctantly,
Seconded.
by member Foster Cannon.
45?
Yeah.
Oh, my heavens.
Oh, my heavens. We're back to the old days.
Okay, roll call, please.
I'll go wicked fast. Mayor Sherrill.
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Unfortunately, no, I've been up since 4 in the morning, so I need to probably call it quits here.
Okay, sorry.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yep.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agnew.
Yep.
Member Davis.
Okay, so next we have business administrator report. I see Bobby's already on screen. Can you unmute? Maybe you can unmute. There you go. How's that?
Yeah, good. So my information is in your packet, so unless anybody has any questions, I'm good to go.
Any questions for Bobby?
It was good information, Bobby. Thank you.
Okay, seeing none. Thanks for hanging around, Bobby.
Yeah.
Does Bobby need it for executive session or no?
No, not on any of those MOAs.
Okay.
She was happy about that.
Okay, Bobby, thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Budget and property, member Foster Cannon.
Okay, so we held a meeting on Monday that many of you were able to attend. It was a full school committee meeting to talk with Dr. Bonner about what we anticipate will be the appropriation from the city council. When we scheduled the meeting, we were expecting that the city council would have voted. They didn't. Their next regularly scheduled meeting is June 20th. Member Seraphy Cox and Member Miller, you caught that, and you're correct, that we do as a committee need to vote on, not on the final appropriation, but on how that appropriation is used. So we do need to approve that. That is Dr. Bonner's responsibility to prepare it and our responsibility to approve it. So in that vein, in an effort to, kind of ease uncertainty as to the best of our ability, we've scheduled a special school committee meeting for Friday, June 21st at 4:00 to vote on, to have our opportunity to vote on the use of the school budget. And that will be Zoom only.
Sorry, can you repeat what that time is? I got logged out.
Yes, Friday, June 21st at 4:00.
4 p.m., June 21st. Okay. Members know if they're available? Yes.
I just so you'll know, I'll be on an airplane flying west, and I won't be available.
You will not be on Zoom on your airplane. Okay. Thank you for letting us know. And hopefully, so we need to, yeah, do you know when Holly is back?
2 weeks from, what day was that, the 10th? So 17th to 24th, not back.
Okay. Okay, so hopefully we'll check in with member Hennessy. Okay. If there's not going to be a quorum, will you maybe send out an email with other possible dates? Member Stein?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest maybe trying to get other possible dates in case it goes past the 20th.
21st. Yeah.
Because if it's the 21st and we still can't do it, then.
Sorry, I can't get into my
yeah.
calendar because I got logged out of my email, so I'm trying to do that. So if people have other dates they want to,
Can Cassie just do a poll of
Sure.
people's dates if that's.
By email, right?
But can I just ask a clarifying question? My understanding, though, is the rehiring is
On hold.
on hold. And so I want to be sensitive to that. So we do, so we can send out a poll, double check availability. That was a placeholder that we were able to get on the city calendar, but we can double check availability. But this is one of those situations where time is of the essence.
Can you say, could you say again, like, the one sentence of this is a special meeting?
Oh, yeah, so we wouldn't be voting on the total appropriation, but we would need to vote on how the appropriation is used. So we would need to vote on the budget plan.
I thought the city council had to vote on the 20th.
They are scheduled to vote on the 20th, and if they don't, if they don't vote, the budget goes into effect, but it would not include the amendments.
Okay.
I thought the process was, they have to vote to pass something by the 20th, but they can vote up until the 30th, and if they don't vote by the 30th, then it goes into effect.
They do have to vote by the 30th, otherwise it goes.
Right, so I was just saying, if it goes beyond the 20th, we should have a sense of when we could all meet if we can't meet on the 21st.
I guess we'll send out a poll and double check availability, but they're scheduled to vote on the 20th.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if we have a quorum, we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so all set with budget and property? Do you have a curriculum?
I'm only going to point everyone in the direction of the very fine minutes that Cassie did of the curriculum committee. We met on June 5th, 2024, and she's given a good summation of both presentations from Director Dory on restorative practices and on the district professional development plan preliminary for next year. And I would just suggest that you read, because it really does describe what Dr. Dory was able to share with us about both of those subjects, and we really appreciated her presence. And I won't go any further because it's too late.
Okay. Member Davis, do you have anything else for rules and policy? Okay, thank you. And we already did the superintendent evaluation subcommittee. So, and then is there an interest in moving items, so discussion topics, advocating at the federal and state level and after-school programming? So that would be moving them to a special meeting that we're having, or moving them to is the next regularly scheduled meeting, is that correct? Oh, it's right.
Scheduled meeting.
So that would be moving it to Thursday, August 8th, would be the next regularly scheduled meeting.
I think that makes sense unless we're going to have another agenda this size in August.
I agree.
We may want to have more than one meeting if we're going to be this
We'll have it.
big.
I'm with you on that.
We'll have an interview next time.
Yeah.
That takes some time.
Yeah, that took a lot of.
But generally, we also have like other topics for the future. Could we do that quickly? To just,
Sorry, say again?
we've been doing other topics to talk about for future. Can we do that? Just little piece of it and not talk about these two things? I'd like to suggest a topic we should.
Oh, yes, yeah, not skip this section, just not.
Yeah, not do, yeah.
I understand. Yes, so discussion topics for the future.
I don't know if this happens at the school committee, public level, or an executive session, but given the vote that was taken and what was presented to us, we need to have a conversation about that as a body, the vote of no confidence. So I'm not sure when we will do that. We should do it sooner than later. And I don't think we should fold it into the evaluation process. I think we probably have to get some advice from Layla on how to do it. But I'd just like to say, I think we really need to have a conversation about it. I don't think it would be good for the community if we don't.
Okay, we will work on what that would look like and when. And ask Layla. Okay. Any other, oh, sorry.
Just to bring up in a future time about thinking about, do we want to have some sort of work group or I don't know what you want to call it, that would address more of the conversation around working together between the school committee and city council for other creative ideas for thinking longer and shorter term around budget stuff. So I know the strategic planning committee is doing some things, but I think it's probably ultimately going to take some real working together between our bodies to come up with other ideas. And I don't know what that should look like, so I'm not proposing what that is, but just to have the conversation so that we keep moving and having those discussions so we, keep moving forward. That's all. So, I think we talked about that.
Okay. Okay. I have a conversation with the council president, trying to figure out what the best way would be to do that. Okay.
I could suggest that maybe we could pick that ball up in the budget and property subcommittee as well, if the full committee is amenable.
Sure.
At least as a start.
Yeah.
Okay, any other topics for the future? And so we are moving those other two topics for move to August. And we will keep an eye on what that agenda looks like to see if it's unwieldy.
And if August is large, we could do the next budget committee, we could have that discussion.
I just had two quick more to put on the, one is we never came back to the question of the pesticide use in the ad hoc committee. And we're clearly have no money for that. And by December 9th, no more can be used. So we should revisit that and talk about it. Probably, I don't know, September maybe at this point.
Maybe August.
No, because we're waiting for a report from, is it
Tie-in bond.
Oh, yeah. And they haven't come forward with that.
Ad hoc. Okay.
So August,
It's too soon.
we should have had it, I guess, in March. I don't
Yeah.
understand. So I'm,
Okay, waiting on tie-in bond report. We'll check in.
The other thing we have hanging out there is the exit interview committee. I thought there was a lot going on there. The last thing. Can't remember, it's too late.
Okay. Okay, I think I've got all of those. Okay, future meeting dates. So, as we said before, superintendent, 24th, wait. Oh, you have a superintendent meeting, sorry. Superintendent evaluation subcommittee is meeting June 24th at 5:15. That's by Zoom. Full school committee, as we said, is Thursday, August 8th, 6:30, hybrid here, and on Zoom. And budget and property, Monday, August 12th at 5 p.m. That's on Zoom. And rules and policy, August 21st, 4 p.m. on Zoom. And I think that is everything. I just want to take an opportunity before we go to executive session. I think this is Josh's last meeting with us.
Josh actually can come into executive session if he's still with us.
Yes.
For the preschool, and we can do
Okay.
also.
It looks like he is.
It looks like he's still here. Okay, well, I just wanted to thank him and for all of his work for the district publicly while we're still in open session, as this is his last committee meeting with us. So thank you, Josh, for all that you've done, Director Dixon, for the district. We
Yay.
appreciate your work. And, okay, so we are now going to go into executive session. We will be coming back into public session. So people want to stay, they can. So we will go into executive session. We will recess to executive session, and then we will come back into public session for some votes, and then we will adjourn in public session. Would someone like to make a motion?
Oh, we have to do the big statement? Sorry.
I mean, it's a moderate statement. Here.
I've got it. I move under Title III, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's made by Member Agnes, seconded by Member Davis. Chair does so declare. And roll call, please. Cassie, I'm going into executive session.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox is absent. Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Do you have an extra one of these
Okay.
I can
Again,
deliver to
we are
Ann?
recessing for executive session.
'Cause I have one for Holly, and I can drop it off at Ann's house.
Can we
those
vote them all
things
at
publicly.
once?
Yes.
Okay, welcome. Hold on, there's someone in the waiting room. Joining? Maybe joining? I don't know. We are back in open session and are going to take up some items vote. And first is a vote on memorandum of agreement for preschool half-day program.
I move approval of
right.
items A, B, C, and D as a group.
Motion's-
second it.
Motion's made by member Foster Cannon, seconded by member Agna to move items A, B, C, and D as a group. So that is, as I said, MOA for preschool half-day program, MOA for an AP exam proctor stipends, MOA for extension on agreement for teacher for the visually impaired, and MOA for Celeste Malvezi, moved as a group. Motion was made and seconded, yes?
Yes.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Member Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Miller. Yes. Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Okay, those were our last items.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Motion made by
I didn't
member
even
Agna,
let you-
seconded by member Davis. Roll call, please, on adjourning.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Foster Cannon.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy.
Not here.
Member Miller. Yes. Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yep.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, my heavens to Betsy.